Hello, everybody. Hello, I need to turn that down. Wow, I need to turn that sound down. That's a little bit louder than I would like um, the, wow, it's gone. Um, that's a lot louder than I would like the music to be. Let me transition screens here. Hello, welcome in. Oh, how do I start this? This is very different than my usual method of streaming. So first off, first I don't actually have like most of my chats up that I usually would. Things are gonna just be a little bit different this time because I want to just try to have full screen so that I can focus in on everything, but I still have chat up elsewhere, so that I can view it. And maybe I should also get something else up here, but that's going to take me a minute, so maybe I'll do it a little bit later. If I like take a break or something, then I will do it. So yeah, so as Nightbot has just let us know, so we have today's stream is actually a charity stream. So we're raising money for Color of Change today, and we will also, so what I'm doing is that I'm raising money for Color of Change through Tiltify. So if you want to donate, the link is there. You can also do !donate, if you also would like to donate towards the Tiltify goal. We have just a very modest goal of $100. So if we can get it to by the end of the stream, then that'd be awesome. However, I'm going to still be running this campaign through the end of June, because I am going to be matching the amount up to $150 to Rainbow Railroad as well. So we are going to be donating to both Color of Change and Rainbow Railroad. So in both cases that we hit the goal, then we will donate both, up to, so, and if we go past the $100 goal into $150 and further, $150 will be matched from me personally, to go to Rainbow Railroad as well. So yeah, so it's a very exciting thing. I hope that you guys will consider donating, even if it's just like a very little amount. Any amount helps. And yeah, I think that's everything. So as far as I remember, we have a bit of prep that we have left to do. So last time I streamed, which I was very delirious from, I have some. Well, actually, we're waiting for the sun to go down now, and it looks like it is, which is perfect because we want to. Oh, oh, okay. Let me read that really quickly. Uh, Touchable, thank you so much. How much was the? Blah, blah, blah. How much was the donation for? Wait, hang on. Let me make sure that the. Okay. Yeah, thanks for the dollar. I really appreciate it. It's fine. It's totally okay. You know, any amount helps. So it's like really awesome that you did that. I really appreciate that. So I built this, and this looks really weird, right? But we're about to find out in a couple of minutes why this is important, because there is an advancement. Okay, yeah, sure, thank you, I do appreciate that. So kill two phantoms with a piercing arrow. So I actually need to worry about if I have piercing in here or not. I was very delirious last stream and just was very tired, so I probably missed that I probably don't have a piercing. Oh, I do. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So I do have this, but what we are going to go do is we're going to have some phantoms spawned in. I haven't slept in at least 3 days, and that should at least cause phantoms to spawn. If not, we'll just go do some other menial tasks in the meantime. Hope my villagers are okay over there. Like, I really hope they are. Because they could die at a moment's notice, and I don't want that to happen. Let's see here. We're just gonna wait for them to spawn. I think they spawn at midnight and like just before like the sun comes up, so I think that at midnight we're probably going to focus on that, just so that my villagers don't perish. I am going to also take down my render distance to 8. And then that should make it so that it doesn't actually do anything crazy. At least that's the hope. I'm just kind of worried that that's what'll happen. That's the case. Okay. So we're waiting on these guys. While we're waiting on that, we do also need to get the good chest plate and probably just like a good couple of other bits and bobs here just to make sure that nothing is, you know, going to do anything. You know, at the very least, I know... Oh! There they go. Here they are. They're here. Okay. So now I need to make sure... Oh. Okay, so one is stuck in there. How many are there, actually? I do want to know how many there are. So there's one. Is there just one? Or is there more than one? I mean, I could probably just shoot this one out of the sky right now as is, because it's... ow. Because it's only the one, and I'm looking for two. And there's only, again, a one here, so I really have to kind of keep my wits about me here. But yes, they have glowing eyes, and they're kind of like a... They're kind of supposed to be like an illusion, but they're not, because they're actually real. So... But, like, that's kind of the intended section here. But I really do need to get both of them. If we do need to spend, like, a couple of days doing this, I don't necessarily mind it, but it's definitely something that I'd like to get out of the way sooner than later. Where'd it go? It's up there. Okay. Come on down, buddy. Wow, it really shoots back up, doesn't it? Okay. Well, at the very least, we have the Phantom Membrane. And the Phantom Membrane is important because it makes a potion of slow falling. And potions of slow falling in the dragon fight are kind of not necessary, but they're definitely overpowered in the regards that we need them to at least survive if we don't get knocked off the island first by the dragon. So I'm going to just slip that into here since we have that. And I'm glad that that dropped on the first go about here. Let's see if any more spawn. If not, then we'll just, you know, we'll stay up a couple more days and see what we can do in regards to getting everything together. Oh my gosh, okay. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's a lot of servers. I mean, I did throw it in a couple of servers as well, just to see if there would be anybody else. But I know that this is kind of a weird time of day for people. But I actually, you know, the thing about it is that I, at one point did a, like, morning to mid-afternoon Minecraft stream, like on a Saturday one day, and I honestly really enjoyed that time slot. It's just a matter of I, don't always have it free. I don't always have that morning free. But it's Monday now, but I imagine that a lot of other people are on, you know, are, you know, not, you know, going to work or anything like that, or don't have classes because of Juneteenth. And I hope that, you know, that that's actually okay. Yeah, and, you know, I also do like to listen to things in the background while I'm working from home on Mondays. But I don't have work this Monday, so I just figured that maybe somebody else doesn't have work today and would like to hang out, perhaps. It's good. You can harvest that. This is my greenhouse, by the way. That's just kind of like a thing that's there. It's kind of more aesthetic. Yep, no, that's a problem. That's no problem. Thank you. Thanks. Again, thanks for being here. But yeah, I leave that there for it's just kind of there as an aesthetic. Hey Ash. But yeah, it's nice. It's a little nice thing that I have going. Okay, I do have to stay out here though because the phantoms won't spawn if you don't have a block over your head. And I need for them to spawn because I need their membranes. That sounds awful, but it's actually useful. Oh, if you, yeah, oh, by the way, so you can just use the what's it called, the donate command, and then, with the donate command, you know, the same thing will pop up. So so like the Nightbot command is also tied to the exclamation point donate command. So it's right there in the title of the stream, and then you can also just do, exclamation point donate. Let me just do that right now. But it should also send every 15 minutes or so. We'll be here for quite a while, so I imagine that it's probably going to be a little bit of time before that actually comes through. Alright, any more? Sun's about to go down. Do you wonder if there's going to be any more? Or the moon's about to go down? The sun's about to come up. The moon is about to go down. That's what I meant to say. But there's a creeper over there, and I don't really feel like messing with it. But maybe we'll get more tomorrow. Actually, like, the longer I stay up for, the more I'm going to be able to have, like, things spawn. So we shall see if this is actually something that we'll be able to do. Oh, okay, I can read that now. Thank you for donating. I'll read that in just a moment here. Oh, Ash, thank you for the 5. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, and just a reminder, I am matching any donations that are done for color for this campaign. Also is going to also go to Rainbow Railroad, so that will also be something that will be, you know, we'll be matching at least up to $150 to Rainbow Railroad as well. So yeah, so even if like it's both the Juneteenth campaign as well as a Pride Month campaign. So yeah, definitely, you know, it'll be a good oh, it despawned. It'll be a good opportunity for both, for, you know, so we'll be doing at least 2 campaigns with this, which will be, you know, really awesome. So actually these are not real because I have Infinity One's bow, and therefore they are all illusions. Ooh. Alright, well, another day in this blocky world. Let's head over to the village over here. And did I not replant my trees? I probably didn't, but I can do that in a moment here. But yeah, let's go over to the village and let's chat up with the villagers and see what they can offer us. Because again, we do have to get backup gear here. So the slow falling is pretty much the big thing. The extra gear, the blocks are pretty readily available. We'll have an extra water bucket going just in case we need it, because eventually the slow falling is going to run out, and when the slow falling runs out, we're gonna have to rely on MLG water bucketing, which is basically where I can demonstrate it actually. I can go demonstrate it in the spot. But basically, water buckets. If you fall from a really high distance in water, you pretty much negate all fall damage. And so a very famous trick, very well-known trick, is to hop off of something and, well, actually no, I'm gonna demonstrate at least like the fall here. But a very famous trick is to kind of break your fall with a water bucket. So I'm gonna go ahead and just demonstrate that with the water now. But I can't really, I don't have like a good space to do it with a water bucket. And also it's pretty much, it's pretty easy to be said that this shouldn't be done in the nether, because if you let a water bucket off in the nether, you're not getting that water back. It's going to just evaporate instantly. But yeah, so for example, I'm going to fall down here, but because there's water, I don't take fall damage. Now, if I did do that, then that fall would probably potentially unalive me if I didn't have feather falling on my boots. But I do have feather falling on my boots, so we're good there. Oh, maybe I should also update a thing to also say that it's Rainbow Railroad, because I definitely did not say that it was Rainbow Railroad when I wrote the Tiltify campaign. Okay, so we do need to plant the trees over there. And then make sure that those are good to chop back down. Because I didn't do that. I thought I would have done that, but I think it was raining at some point. Frankie the Cryptid, thank you for following. Yeah, I was pretty sure I did that, but I guess I didn't, and that's okay though. Anyway, my donkey is very full up, so I'm definitely going to make sure that we are all set to go with this. So I have a lot of sticks to trade with them. I have day off, daytime Bible stream. Yep, indeed, indeed. And it's a charity stream, so that's going to be something. Let me actually turn off, Alec, now that you are here. Follower only, open the floodgates, and hopefully nothing happens, but we'll see. I'm hoping that, like, nothing's gonna go crazy here, but, you know, let me know if I need to intervene or anything like that, and I will. Oh. This is another thing. My bees are a little weird right now. Like, I have bees, but then they all fly out of render distance, and then I don't ever see them again. Okay. Random, and therefore will be absent. Okay, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. You know, I can manage people for a couple of, you know, seconds, just as long as I'm not, you know, solely reliant, especially because I'm going to be doing something very much, like, pretty big in terms of, like, you know, fighting an ender dragon. But I can also deal with this. So this is our current backup, but I'd like a backup to the backup, because I'm going to need to do a couple of things in regards to that. The Silk Touch pick stays here. I don't think that that's going to be that big of a deal. I might actually just get, like, a regular, like, pick trade one from them, because I'm pretty sure that they already have them. Where do I have... I could plant jungle saplings. That'd be kind of funny. What happened to my spruce saplings? Did I accidentally, in my tired state, get rid of all of them? But I feel like... Oh, now I have some. Okay. I just need 20. Oh, there we go. We're good. Alright, let's go plant these trees. Watch them already be planted and they just haven't grown yet, and I don't know why. Bed in the stronghold bit? Probably. Oh, they haven't... Oh, so they did get planted. They just haven't grown. I guess this must have been the last thing I did before leaving. There's actually a lot more trees here than not. But that's okay. Bed in the stronghold. Probably. I usually keep one on me, just, like, at all times, just so that if I am somewhere that I can't, you know, sleep, because I don't really like dealing with mobs very much, so I just kind of keep them there, just in the off chance that I have any run-ins, and that way, I don't break the bed at the last place that, like, I kind of break the bed every time, just so, because it's very often, it's, like, not very often that I'll have to deal with mobs on the outside of everything, or, like, you know, if I sleep enough, so I'll be relatively okay. But I will kind of keep it to the end. Yeah, random stomach aches kind of are unfortunate. And yeah, we did get $5 more, which is really awesome. Does that go in here? Do I have basalt in here? I do. Okay. Alright, it is midday. It's actually, the sun's setting again, actually, so I do need to get going here. You know, I won't get all the trades in, but I'll get at least a couple of trades in. I'm really hoping the zombie siege doesn't take over the village. That'd be really unfortunate. Yeah, travel bed is definitely something that we are going to be doing. But yeah, bed in the stronghold is definitely going to be something that I'm going to do. Just in the off chance I die, because it's definitely going to be something where I am, you know, I'm not good at combat in Minecraft. It's just, I do the best I can here. With you, go tie you there, and I will read that donation from Tiltify. Dashable, thank you for the extra dollar. It's okay, I appreciate it. Do appreciate it. Oh, okay, all right, we're back. Okay, there we go. Lucky 7. Oh, I didn't do clear water, did I? 'Cause that's really clear water. Maybe that's a... Oh, you know what it is? I think it's the no fog. I think it's the no fog from the vanilla tweaks texture pack. Because I'm pretty sure oh my goodness. Oh, it's so late in the day already that they're already having their evening meeting. So worried about the trees that I was like, oh, I don't think I have anything for that. Where's the farmer? At least I can trade with the farmer. Hello. Thank you. Okay. 3 emeralds is better than nothing. I can at least start to break down the wood here. Getting some extra sticks to trade out before they all go to sleep, because they will be going to sleep very soon. Okay, perfect. I think I have 2 Fletchers in this village, so I can at least do this. You'll be able to trade with me more tomorrow, but, you know. In the meantime, Big Preach, thank you. Okay, y'all go to bed now, thank you. We need to build more houses over here, because that's kind of the goal, is to just kind of make sure that this is, like, at least a little bit more fleshed out before I, actually build a proper trading hall. I don't know if I'll do that with these villagers, or if it'll be another instance that I do it, but eventually, we do need to kind of get them locked down and safe, because, you know, there's pillager patrols, there's zombies, they attack them, and that's kind of like their main downfall. You know, there's a lot of people who say that they're overpowered, and, you know, to a certain extent I can see why. But I also think, I say this every stream though, but I also think that, like, you know, the amount of things you have to be cautious about when handling them, like if there's a zombie siege, if there's anything like that, and, you know, if you're trying to do something like I'm doing and trying to get Phantom Membrane, then they're at risk, because if things that hit at midnight, there's a chance that a zombie siege can spawn, like I was saying earlier, and then that can obliterate your village. Oh wow, that was instant. Alright, ouch. Ouch! Oh, okay, so there's 3 of you now. Do I have my... Yes, I do. Okay, cool. That was instant. Wow! Wow! Alright, let me get this advancement, or try to, at the very least. And also, they eat you. It's so gross, but they eat you. Like they take bites out of you. It's like, I hate that. I really do hate that about them. Let me see here. I'm probably gonna have to just kind of keep going here. But at least there's 3 of them this time, and then I can at least have the ability to try to get them that way. Might need to come out a little bit further here. Okay, I think I'm gonna try you. Just try to hit each of them. At least tap one of them. Tap one of them once. I might actually have to go back down to that mine shaft or try to find another bit of it. But I do really need to get this section here up. Oh. Oh, dang it. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can get these two to trail us then, because I don't think that this method is working particularly well. Ugh, I hate that they bite. I hate that they bite. Oh, now they're out of sync, though. Oh, hello? Did they give me slowness? Oh, no, I'm holding it down. Okay, come on now. Come on, you two. Line it up. Oh, there's a third. Okay. This is so tricky. But this is an advancement. Oh, you're big. Why are you so big? They're so loud, too, like... Come on. Dead. Alright. It's so hard to tell, like, how much health they have. If any. Okay. Where? And there's a third again. Oh, I'm like hitting my house. Ouch. Yeah, I think that, like, if I get all three of them, like, this way, then usually that'll kind of be... Or maybe if I open this out, like, maybe if I did, like, there, there, and maybe here and here, too. But they're kind of annoying. Right? Oh no. There's only one left. Alright, well, I guess another night of this. I mean, it's okay. It's just... Wow. I would rather not. Okay. So... At least from that we got 4 more phantom membranes, and we can put those in this chest and make even more potions. Because that means that we can make at least 15? I kind of highly doubt that we're going to need 15. But, at the very least, you know, I'm trying to hit 2 birds with 1 stone, but that's actually 2 birds, 1 arrow. Which is actually the name of the advancement. But we're trying here. It's a challenge, so we will actually, you know, get some good things from that. Or get a good amount of XP from that. I do want to know what's happening with... Wait, I know what's happening with this. I know exactly what's happening with this. There's too much snow on the ground. So, apparently, if you... you know what? Maybe I'll do this in the morning. So apparently, if you if you have too much snow on the ground around a 4 wide pine, not pine, a 4 wide spruce tree, you risk it not growing. They actually won't grow if there's too much snow around them. But I'm gonna wait until the daytime to do that. Maybe there'll be more. What's it called? It's over here. We'll see. Okay. Oh. How many? Just 1? 2. Okay, let's see if we can try again. I had 22 arrows. I don't need many. Except for this. Okay, so you're there. But I need you to also be here. And maybe that's the way to do it, though. Is I have this be trappable. Oh, but now I can't get out of here. Is that maybe I have both of these be trappable. And then... Yeah, I think that's what I'm doing wrong here. Is that I kind of have to make it so that both of these are... Because they take about 3 hits. I mean, this one's gonna burn up, actually. Yeah, they're burning up. Come on. Nope. Yeah, let's go. Huh? Is there another one? But yeah, okay, so that's how I'll do it, is that, like, if I have them all here, and I am hiding in between here, then they won't actually have any issue with trying to get me. So they'll be trying to get to me, but they can't, because I'm within here. But they can still see me, and they'll still try to come down to me. So then, when I have 2 of them in here, then all I have to do is pierce through. And the arrow doesn't get stuck in there, which is nice. Okay, so I didn't get any more phantom membrane from that. At the very least, we can move on here. Alright, and we will go ahead and go back to the village, now that it's daytime again, and we can trade more items with them. This time I'll actually look inside my donkey and see if there is anything that we can trade additionally to them. Alright, the diamond donkey. Except it's not diamond, it's emeralds. Hello, Enderman. I am not here to bother you, so please do not bother me. Thank you. In fact, if you could teleport underground, that'd be great. Because, I don't want to look at you accidentally. I don't. I wish not to do that, because that's just going to cause me issues. And I'm going to probably be doing a lot of that within the next couple of hours, so I just want to make you aware. I'm going to your Tyne's land. Oh, that's not where I want to jump up. I didn't actually go into my donkey and get anything, did I? I sure did not. More carrots. And let's see here. String. And we'll leave the wood there for now. But I'll be able to treat some more of them. And then we'll be able to get, you know, at least a good set of armor from these guys as well. I have everything I need pretty much. Just, you know, minus a couple of things. For example, I have to get the bow myself. I have to... these guys will also sell me bows, but I also have to get Infinity from these guys myself. And a lot of other things, but... Yep, they're all here. The gang's all here. Okay. Actually, trading string too. That gives me more XP. And I should consider mending my tools as well. It's actually helping me to mend my tools as well. I don't really need to mend a lot of them except for the sword, in which case I'm probably going to have to just double that up with something that is already sold in the village, which is also the... Do I have mending on this? No. I have mending on... no, I don't. Okay, I don't have mending on anything else. That's fine. Let us go talk to Fletcher number 2. I don't have anything, but I can give you this. Okay, and I'm gonna have to go back to the donkey to get some other things. But the big thing is, I'm really trying to get the farmer up because eventually they'll sell me golden carrots, which are pretty much the best food in the game in vanilla. So that's also something to consider, at least from my direction here. Okay, what can you guys offer me? I have a stack and a half of diamonds. I don't need to worry about wearing a gold helmet. In fact, I'm not even wearing a helmet because it broke. But you have a pick. You have an efficiency 2 pick, and I might grab that from you. You also have a diamond hoe. Do I have one of those back at the house? I should check. I should check if I have one of those back at the house, honestly, because, having a diamond hoe will, be something that will come in handy at some point in the future that I am dreading. What do I wish to do here? I love that that's Feather Falling 4 right off the bat. But you know what I am going to get? This. Because if I can combine these, in fact, I'm going to get 2 of these, because then I'll get Sharpness 3. And then I think I also want to continue to grind those up there. Alright, I think that's all that the villagers can offer me for the time being. I also have a lot of string because I have a spider spawner farm that I might end up sitting at just to get a few emeralds up as well. Alright. Donkey, what do you have for me? This? Okay, I will take that. Actually, while you are here, Donkey, I'm going to just try to craft as much of these as I can, and I just realized that I can't do that. At least not as efficiently as I would like. Can you carry the string, please? And the emeralds. You can carry the emeralds. Well, actually, no, I want to carry the emeralds. But you can carry the carrots, because I don't really need those right now. And this extra broken as heck bow, I don't know why that's there. I guess this extra piece of spruce that I have a vague recollection as to what I was doing with that. Also, hold my new swords for me. Thank you. And I'm going to make some new sticks. And the day's almost done for them. And it is almost time for me to get back to farming phantoms. At least once again. Alrighty. Okay, you. Thank 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 you. Figure it out. Wonderful. No, but you're right here. Thank you. Now I have 10. And I have another 22 emeralds. Okay, let's head home. Home's not that far away, but let's head home. So there is actually another village, and I'm going to pass it on my way over to the stronghold. But I haven't really interacted with that village much, and I don't really know what I'm going to do with it, if those are going to be my secondary trading hall or not. But there's a good couple of villages around. There's also one across the ocean here. I don't really consider that an ocean. I consider it just like a really big lake, honestly. Like the one that's over here. I can show you guys since I'm on my horse. Or my donkey. But I'm gonna go this way. But there is a large lake. I jokingly call it. It's considered an ocean by the game, but I call it a lake because it is very lake-like when you go around it. But it's like completely landlocked, and it's just over there. But on the other side, there is a taiga village. That was where I was considering just cutting down all the trees and then also doing a... what's it called? A raid? I haven't decided what village I'm going to do the raid in. At least not yet. But I do have to do a raid. I have to... I've already gotten Involuntary Exile. I got that last stream. And I need to fight a raid and then win. And that's going to be tricky. That's also going to be a fight that I'm kind of putting off a lot. Okay, so the sun's going down, and I actually need to start worrying about phantoms like right now. But we are gonna... oh, I didn't want to do that. I'm gonna clear out the space for these guys so that they can grow. Oh, see? Told you that was it. Alright, let's go do the thing about our phantoms once again. Cannot sleep until this is done. Will not sleep until this is done. But we're gonna free the end today, no matter what. I will take the time now, before the phantoms show up, just to say it as a reminder that this is a charity stream, so we are raising money for Color of Change, but we will also be matching the amount up to $150 to Rainbow Railroad as well. So if you want to hit ! donate for the donate link, then that will be... and you know, if you want to donate any amount at all, even if it's just $1, even if it's just a couple of cents, it'd be really awesome. And is that everything? Oh, yeah, so the ! donate for the donate link, and I wonder if I have to be out here for this. Oh, there's a wandering trader over there. I didn't see where that went. Okay. I'm just waiting for phantoms at this point. Yeah. I'm thinking that we're probably going to be able to fight the dragon at like 3-ish. So, you know, if you do have to come back for a specific reason, I am going to try to aim to fight the dragon at around 3. Oh, there we go. Let's go. Okay, is it just you? Is there anybody else? I'm gonna tap you though. Let's tap you a couple times. Is there anybody else? Just you? Oh gosh. Got the momentum going. So really just you, because if that's the case then that's boring. Do you want to stay outside as much as possible? But yeah, I think that's going to be the strategy, is staying out, waiting for them to spawn, and then when they do spawn, they'll, what's it called? We'll just hit them through this. Let them get stuck, and then they'll come through. I do wonder if I have any more arrows. I'm pretty sure I do. I only really need one for Infinity, though. Because Infinity is just going to continually... It doesn't matter how many arrows I fire. Unfortunately, I cannot put Infinity on a crossbow. So meaning this isn't necessarily like the highest that I could go, but it's definitely the one, you know, one of the better enchantments that I could put on it. You know what, let me make more torches while I'm here, because... Oh. Have the opportunity to. Oh, wow. Okay, there's 3 of them. Alright, this is our chance. I think this is our chance. Okay. Oh. I'm gonna try to... Here. No. Oh, there we go. But you're stuck in here. Alright, here we go. No! Ah! That's so annoying. Ah! Alright, I guess not. It's hard to keep track of them, so it might be better for me to just kill one and then keep going. Oh, there's a spider jockey over there. I think that wandering trader respawned. At least it feels like it. I don't know where it went. Or where they went. I'm still just waiting. Did I get any more Phantom Membrane? I didn't. Listen. It doesn't seem like I did. No. It does not seem like it. There's 4 arrows left. I might as well go check. It is halfway into the night. Any more arrows at all? If not, that's okay. It's just... It's a really convenient thing to have. Spectral arrows work. Spectral arrows will work. In fact, I'm gonna put those away. Okay, and let's see if any more spawn. Oh. Nope. Sorry, I just keep watching the Wandering Trader just to think if he is gonna be okay. Okay. Okay, so I can at least keep track of the fact that those are two. Okay, come on. Let's do it. No! Don't fly away. Yeah! We did it! Alright, now let's get this guy out, and then we'll collect our Phantom Membranes, and then we can start finishing our dragon prep right there. Alright, thank goodness I don't ever have to do that ever again. Because phantoms are not my favorite mob. They're not gas level of I don't like them, but like they're like, I'm just trying to find a place to sleep, bro. Like, why? It's funny because they were voted in. They were voted into the game. Alright, let's go see if this Wandering Trader is okay. And I'm gonna have to deal with creepers and stuff like that, but at the very least I can do that with this and not another way. Oh my god, Santo, please go to sleep. Because I know it's very late for you. Oh, sorry, buddy. I think both of your llamas died, but that's okay. What do you have? Fire coral. Mm-hmm. I'll get some gunpowder from you, too. I know this is like my... What's it called? I'll get a fire coral block. I don't know when the next time we're going to be able to go to a warm ocean. Mostly because they're so rare. I love how you just throw your butt at me. Like, why? like spiders are so just weird. They're just like, they just jump towards you at any point. I guess, you know, those are kind of like regular spiders are, so. Let's see if there's any potential. Okay. That's the case. Alright, so we're gonna remove the snow from here and try not to do that, but even with just tapping it, it does tend to not want to let me do what I want to do. So 1, 2, but honestly, once these are all planted, they should just pop up. And then I'll get trapped in leaves somehow, right? That's how this works. This one should be good, yeah. I think so. Okay. So at least we have 2 birds, 1 arrow at this point, and I don't really have to deal with that anymore. I think that also counts towards my hostile mob list. So monsters hunted will also be something that we're gonna have to do at some point. Even though I'm awful at fighting creepers, but it's okay. I think in the long run it doesn't necessarily matter because we have just because of how I've actually defeated a creeper with a bow, so at the very least, there's that. Let's see. I know that they introduced 2FA, So if you don't have that, then that's probably a good cause to the problem, like probably one of the causes to the issue. Let's see here. I mean, I do have to have 2FA because of certain circumstances. Like when you're actually affiliated, when you're a Twitch affiliate, you actually do have to what's it called? You do actually have to have 2FA set up. So if they don't have 2FA set up, and if it's not tied to their regular email, I would imagine it's probably an issue of, I don't know. Okay. So we have all these trees up, and then we're just waiting on this one to grow up, and then we'll be pretty good to go. Then we'll harvest these, trade them with the villagers, so on and so forth until we have everything we need. Let me go into my donkey, into my donkey's inventory, and see what we can do about that too. I can also trade rotten flesh with them. Rotten flesh is going to be probably eventually going to be something that I do have to trade away, because quite honestly they are, yeah, it's getting to the point where it's kind of becoming a problem. Do we have any more snowballs anywhere? No. No. Okay, well, I'll just have to wait until I can go harvest 3 more snowballs. Okay, you, and you. I'm here. We are going to use this to combine. Alright. Sharpness 4. So we want a Sharpness 5 sword. Because Sharpness 5 is actually going to be the highest level that is going to help us. So there's a couple of extra damage output advancements that you can get, but Sharpness 5 is going to be our most useful one, as we've stated last time. I'm gonna bring a carved pumpkin along, just in case we need it. I feel like I'm pretty good at not looking at Endermen, but the dragon fight gets to all kinds of angles, and we want to try to avoid that as much as possible. So that's a good thing to probably consider. Okay. This one hasn't grown up yet. Why is that? No, it's a good, at least this would be a good thing to just try to get as much as everything as possible. Alright, so we have 14, 15, and 16, and we'll just make that snow block. 16 snow blocks. There we go. Maybe it'll grow up by the time I'm done chopping these trees. Like, that kind of seems like it's the trend here. So we'll just get to work here. In fact, I don't need 4, I need 3. There we go. Alright, I usually dig out the bottom of the tree, but I think this time I'm gonna just... It's too late. It's just too late at this point. I have to just kind of keep going up the tree now. I believe that this is efficiency 3, so I can actually upgrade this one more time. I can't upgrade in breaking anymore than it already goes, because it's just... what's it called? It maxes out at 4. But Unbreaking itself maxes out at 3. I believe I have an Unbreaking 3 book villager, so that means I can apply it to any block that I need to. Alrighty. Alrighty. So now we're gonna wait there. And let that despawn, and we'll just chop down the next tree. And this time I will dig out the stump, as I like to call it. Oh my goodness, I almost fell off there. Alrighty. Okay. I try to stand in the middle of the floor when I go down because you can take considerable fall damage if you fall down a couple of blocks. Ow, like that. I did not mean to demonstrate it at that point, but turns out I did. But now I'll actually have plenty of things to trade with it, and then oh yeah, that's also to say I'll have plenty of things to trade with the villagers at this point, and I can start replanting. It's good. No. Well, let's go back to bed. And I believe at this point, yeah, I don't have to stay up for much of anything anymore, which is really nice, actually. And it's bedtime. 2 birds, 1 hour. Wow. It's so funny because with this specific playthrough, since I'm actually trying to aim to do everything, it's just a really unique experience for me because it's just not something that I'm used to doing. Okay, I do have a demo though. Eventually we will have to do some things with that, one of which I really do not wish to do. Because it is what it is. But eventually we will have to find our way to the Deep Dark. Eventually. Or at least a Deep Dark. Because there's a few advancements that we'll have to get there. Not all of them are going to be in the one, if we just find any like patch of skulk, that we're going to be able to do that. Thank you for donating. I'll check that in a moment. Actually, I can check it right now. Hang on. What was that? Oh, sorry. So, Alan to Ghost Flame? I hope I'm getting that right. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. It's really awesome. Tell Crescent Moon to make a gallon size. I don't know who Crescent Moon is. I don't think I do, at least. But if you want, I guess they can make it. Like, why do they need to make a gallon size candle? I'm not sure. No. Oh. Okay. They just said to make a gallon size candle. That's it. I'm gonna assume that is not any kind of malicious thing, but, okay. Anyway, I'm gonna keep chopping these trees down. I'm just... Right, okay. I am a third party in all of this. I am just going to leave it there. That's just what the donation said. That's all. Okay, alright. Well, you can also tell them thank you for the $5 to the Color of Change, you know, and that it is appreciated very much. Alrighty. Am I gonna even have the inventory space? Probably not. I need to go put my, I have string in here. Gunpowder and a bunch of things, actually. But when did I... Oh, yeah. I do know exactly when I got the gunpowder. Eventually, I will need to make a creeper farm. In fact, I'm probably going to make a general mob farm over in the ocean over there because, you know, it's just so close to base that I can just kind of go over. Like, boat over to it if I need to. But that's a future time. The day is focused on getting kitted out so that we can do Dragon Fight. But I do need to combine another 4 swords to make sure that everything is together. But thank you for donating! I will just read that in a moment. Okay. Oh my, oh gosh, okay, I don't know, Chibble, I think they really want you to make that gallon-sized candle because please tell them thank you for the $45. Goodness, I think we're almost. Oh wow, okay. Wow. Okay, so we're at 57 already, which is really awesome. Again, just a reminder that this is going to be that up to $150 is going to be matched and donated. I may end up increasing the amount, but it may just be over, you know, a period of time and not for the entirety of the campaign, or you know, and like it won't be immediate. It may just be done in installments. But 150, yeah, they did apparently. Yeah, but yeah, again, so that's what was I saying? I'm sorry. So up to $150, potentially more will be donated to Rainbow Railroad as well, and they're going to be they're a charity that benefits LGBTQ individuals who are not in a safe space. So if they are in, for example, a country that doesn't accept them, where they'll be persecuted and, you know, potentially executed as well for their beliefs, then they will be able to be moved to a safe space. And it's really awesome. They're also a really awesome charity. Color of Change is also a really great charity that's doing a lot in terms of getting, you know, Black and African American individuals out of also unsafe spaces as well. So it's really, so, you know, you guys are benefiting really great charities with this. And, you know, again, if you do want to donate, !donate. And, you know, I just figured that since we're reaching such a big milestone in Minecraft, let's reach a big milestone here as well. So, yeah, so both of them are going to be, oh my goodness. Again, I am no part of that. Listen, you can make a candle, you cannot make a candle. I don't actually, you know, I don't actually condone it. It's just what the donation said. So there is actually that. So yeah, I do, again, really, if any amount that can be donated is appreciated. Again, also to say that if you cannot donate at today's stream, I will be running the stream. I'm not running a subathon. I'll be running the campaign through the end of June. That was a pretty candle. Oh my goodness, Alec. But yeah, I will be running this campaign through the end of June, and it'll be open until then. So any amount that is donated between now and the end of June, up to $150 for the time being, will also be matched and donated to Rainbow Railroad as well. So yeah, I appreciate you guys donating to charity. I really appreciate that. Sounds like it's time to... Oh my goodness. Okay, up to the top of the tree here. Oh, I don't get 10 people often. I really appreciate you guys being here. I don't like to recognize the numbers much because, you know, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't necessarily matter. Like, you know, if there's content to be done, I'm gonna, you know, do it. But I just, you know, it's not often. Like I said, it's not often. So, you know, I do appreciate you guys being here, even though, like, you know, the charity portion of this was such a short notice thing. I really do greatly appreciate it. I need to also get better at social media because I'm really bad at that. There's a bug. Yeah, for sure. And I do want to try to do like the weekend Minecraft streams again, but I don't usually often have the energy for it or time. Wait, what happened? What happened to Automod? Automod. What are you doing? Beat. Oh, was it just fly a troll pit? Why? I don't know. Alright. Automod's a little weird sometimes. I notice it just kind of blocks random things, then I'm just like, that's not offensive. That's not offensive. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. Because I just don't understand why that would be. Hey. Okay. Alright, a bunch of these have grown back, but I think this one is also one that I need to chop down too. Okay. Alright, I think I'm going to let these decompose and then I will grow them again in the morning. I have enough for 4 at this point, so that's good. Okay. Alrighty. Alright, just had to take some water. And we're back out there. Alright, so they're still decomposing a little bit. Is there something on top of that tree? No, it's just that one specific. What's it called? Okay. Alright, so I need to have enough for 4 more swords, so that's gonna be at least, as far as I'm aware, because there's at least what's it called? So sword is about 27, so that means that, so let's just round up and say that there's 30, so I'm gonna need 120 emeralds, which, so I should at least aim for 2 stacks of emeralds, which is quite the amount, but it's okay. I think we'll get there, because with each, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wait, that's not good. That's actually not really, that's actually really bad. Hang on, because I can't pick that up. I'm gonna open this up. But basically, with how many sticks I'm going to trade, I'm gonna need at least 2 stacks of emeralds. And that's definitely doable, but eventually, villager trades will lock up and I'll just have to come back the next day. And again, it's not a very far walk, they're just over the hill over there, but still. That is also to say that a lot of things do take up my inventory when using them. I should probably also take down the what's it called, the trap up there, the phantom trap. And then we will go ahead and, oh, but there was a hole. I'm gonna need that later, actually. That hole may end up being a little bit of a pond. Because we have some, so thing I didn't actually mention, or that I didn't actually get to cover when we went looking for the mangrove swamp and we weren't really successful, was that there are frogs in the game. However, there are frogs in the game now. However, they don't actually need to be, we don't need to go to the mangrove swamp to get them. They're actually relatively close by. Because we have a swamp on the other side of the river, and they also spawn in there. Presuming we probably take out a few passive mobs and get a few extra pieces of meat, but we will have to eat everything too, so it's also something to consider. Oh, wrong spot. Okay. Eventually we will go over there, but I also need slime balls, and I don't have slime, and I probably will, unfortunately, need to use mapping tools, which I was trying to avoid specifically for the series because I just would like, or prefer to not. But there will be things that tell me, like, where certain chunks are, and then we'll probably dig down to the bottom of the world and get some slime. Make it so that there is slime. At some point later, though. Because we need slime to, what's it called? We need slime to get the, or to, oh, not what I meant to do. We'll need slime to get the frogs to breed. That's what I was trying to say. My brain didn't want to work for some reason. It's okay though. Happens. But yeah, we can get frogs relatively easily. They're just a new mob. But they spawn in swamps, and we've been to a swamp before. We just haven't been to a mangrove swamp before. And that's okay. We'll get there eventually. Actually, like, the spot that we were in before was actually a good indicator of where one might be. They are kind of rare biomes, so that is to say, And we kind of have a mostly cold map here. For example, like a lot of the biomes that surround this area are pretty temperate to cold. Well, there's like another world I kind of use as my test world that is also like kind of temperate to warm. So that's also something to consider. Like in my other world, I do have to go pretty far to find a cold biome, or have to do very specific things to make it into a cold biome. And we don't, you know, we don't really have to worry about that in this world as much. But we kind of have the opposite problem, where all of the warm biomes are pretty far off, and all of the cold biomes are really close by spawn. Not to say that the warm biomes are nearby spawn. In the other world that I'm in, it's just that there's a higher abundance of them, depending on each direction that I go into, where that's not the case here. There's a tiny little grove biome that I had to get a green frog in. Oh, is it nighttime? Oh, okay. Oh, it's raining too. Okay. It's fine. It can rain, but I will have to dig up some more snow. I can't hold anymore. I can't hold any more logs. I'm out of log space. I do need to worry about that, because these are going to start despawning, and these are precious materials. We don't want that to happen. Logs are extremely precious materials in this case. I may end up doing some scaffolding up to the top of this, because I don't want to lose all this wood. It's really useful wood. I think at this point, though, I am going to just start to go trade with the villagers, because, again, the villagers are kind of our key to this. And I just want to make sure that they're not, you know, too bad here. Okay. I'm gonna put that spruce plank back in there, but at least at another point. You are tethered? Yeah, you are. Oh, right, I got those two from the Wandering Trader. Now I have 6, which is really, actually really useful. You can kind of water ski with, it's kind of a little silly, but you can water ski with leads. Kind of useful for that. Okay. Put the flint and steel in here. Flint and steel in here. Then we'll put our emeralds away, but we're gonna have just a few more pieces to do things with. Is it nighttime? Is it time for bed? Yes, it is time for bed. I would like not to deal with mobs at this point. Alrighty. Let's go get that tree that's on the ground, basically. Okay. Yeah, I did fill in the other spots, so now we have to get rid of these. And just make sure that there is enough room that we can grow another tree. Yep. There we go. Yeah, I'll put this one here. Also just get rid of that, just in case it interferes. I don't think it is, but Interferences is not what we want here. That's always the annoying thing when it snows. Like, at least with the snowy biome, with me growing these in the snowy biome, that I don't have to really worry about them being like this. Like, in regards to it being, you know, at least the ground getting messed up, because you can see that all of this podzol, all of, like, this type block is called podzol. It's a variant of dirt. And there's a lot of fun things we can do with dirt in this that I haven't quite done yet. I showed you guys, like, what dirt is, you know, the dirt kind of turns into mud in this update, or that it can. You can make it so. And mud is actually kind of a cool building block that I think I am going to add to our collection of a building here. So what I was thinking is, with the new mud blocks, and you know, I kind of like to add to this, like, from like every update. So we have the Nether update up here, we have the Caves and Cliffs stuff up here, so 1.16, 1.17, and then we're in 1.18, and then we were in 1.18, I guess. Well, actually, we started this world in 1.18, so it's kind of technically encompasses both 1.16 through 18, and then 1.19. What I want to do is I want to build a storage area that comes off this way, and then like kind of like has like a slanted roof, and then well, I think we'll move the stasis chamber here, and then here, like kind of within this area, is going to be my storage room. At least a small storage room. I'm probably gonna, you know, the idea is that I kind of keep adding to the space as, you know, the game goes on. But at least before 120 comes out, because that's going to be the next one, is just have this be, knock this wall out, and then just like through there, there'll be a nice little storage room. It'll be nice. At least I think it'll be nice. What time is it? Okay, so we have enough time right now to go ahead and go to the donkey, with our donkey to talk to the villagers again. Okay, so it's been, I believe it's been another hour or so, and that is just a reminder that this is also a charity stream. So we are doing donations for Color of Change today through Tiltify, and anything at the end of the campaign will be matched up to $150 at this present moment to Rainbow Railroad as well. Both are great charities supporting, well, one supporting LGBTQ rights, being Rainbow Railroad, and the other supporting African American rights. And seeing as today is Juneteenth, and it is a really awesome way to give back. And, you know, considering we are also reaching a milestone here, I also, you know, it also is a good thing to, you know, reach a milestone there as well. And so, yeah, so if you could consider donating, any amount helps, even if it's only, you know, a few cents or $1. It's really awesome. Really awesome to do. Okay. I don't have mending on anything, though. I should probably start putting mending on things. Okay. Here we go. I may actually have to start raising another one of these guys, because they're kind of my emerald farm right now. Yeah, and I don't always have room for them to be able to trade with me, since they only restock every other day. Or not every other day, but like they only restock every few minutes. That it kind of does make it so that it is a little tedious at time to get to these guys, but in the meantime, I think I can at least buy my sword. Alright, so we're at sharpness 4, we want sharpness 5. the meantime, our guy up here, he has some breaking. Forget what I gave this guy. I think I gave him Silk Touch. Yes, you. Silk Touch. Alright, that's fine. That's fine. In fact, that's actually reasonable. Especially because, considering I'm going to have to put that on a hoe at some point to get the skulk items, it's definitely going to be somewhat of a use. Ready? Yes, I understand. I understand. Alright, you, with your feet on the edge of the whatever this is. Please. Okay. Well, but I can make more. That's not making more. That's making... That is not making more. Okay, 37. Alright. Right. So number 2. And emeralds in there. Alright, so I guess, again, it's probably good that that's Silk Touch. I just want to make sure that we have... You didn't restock before. Neither of you restocked, right? No? Okay, well, I guess it's time for me to go home then. And then I'll go home, and then I'll come back another day, and I will get more emeralds from you guys in regards to that. Because yes, I could wait, but sometimes they will restock a last time before going to sleep for the night, but it's not that always that reliable, and you know, I know I can just come back at least at a later point. Onward! One time I fell in a hole around here, actually. I think I plugged it up, but... That's the case. Alright, but we are looking very closely at moving on to getting to the stronghold. The stronghold is already found, so we don't even need to, like, worry about, you know, trying to get to it and try to figure out where it is. There may be a point at which we go to another one, because I want the other side disc. I can also find the other side disc when we go to the ancient city, but I don't want to go to the ancient city. I don't want to go there. So we, you know, there's at least another opportunity for us to be able to do that. So we'll do it then. I'm making Unbreaking 4. If this needs a repair, then I'll probably just put that in there. I believe I do have the mending books up here as well. Do I have any extra... okay, I have an Unbreaking 3 book. I have extra mending books up here. I have an extra Silk Touch book too, so I can probably put that on. What's it called? But actually, if we get this up to Sharpness 3, then we can just make it Sharpness 4 that way. So you know what? I think that what I'm gonna do, I think I'm gonna just make this Sharpness 3, not really waste my time with the villagers anymore, and just kind of go with that. You know, I can't do that in a crafting table. I need to do it out here. And then Sharpness 4. And then Sharpness 5. Let's go. Alright, so we're ready in this regard. I think I'm also going to just add Unbreaking and Mending to this. I also need Looting. If I have it. I don't seem to have it. No. Okay, Respiration 3 might be something I end up doing. Right, Mending and Breaking. And actually I am going to go back to the villagers before I do that, because 5 levels is something. Okay, can I... Yes. Haha. And then, just so I know, just so that I am aware. Okay, it's 13 to do that. Do I want to do that, or do I want to wait until I can get a looting book? I feel like the more beneficial thing to do is just get a looting book, but maybe I'll try to get looting in Fire Aspect, and then we'll be able to really knock it out of the park. But I think Unbreaking and Mending will be fine for everything else that we have to do. Customizing swords is a little expensive at times, but, you know, at least we have a leg up with the fact that the villagers are, you know, here with their base enchantments. And, you know, we can kind of go for that too. You know what, I'll get some things out of the donkey. Do you also want to see if the spider farm, the spider spawner, I started to say like spawner and farm at the same time, and that's how that happened. But anyway, the spider spawner has any extra string in there, because I actually haven't been down there relatively often, because I, you know, just because of how few things have mending on them. I'll put that in there. String. I'll just put the string in there. Then I will get some more levels from these guys. They give out, you know, they give out XP anytime I trade with them, so that's good. That's useful and it's good. I think that's really all we can ask for here. You know, sometimes I bring the donkey, sometimes I just run. Sometimes it's just best to run. Alrighty. Hello, villagers. I actually didn't need to do that because I already have sticks in my inventory, but you still haven't restocked. Why haven't you restocked? Why? I hate when they do that to me. It's like, are you working or are you not working? You are working, clearly. They're a little annoying like that though. Like, they'll just like not do anything. They'll like try not to, like they'll just like not restock even though they're standing on their work block. Do you want this? I can't give you that. I don't have one string. Do you have one string? No, actually, I did need an extra string. Okay. I have 27. I could trade with you, but I don't think that that's really something I want. I did say I would get an extra pick, but I kind of feel like the iron pick is probably going to be at least okay with me for that, because I really don't need the pick unless I am trapped underground, which is actually what the ideal situation I would like, because doing anything additional in terms of, you know, I'd really like to not have to do anything in terms of bridging over. I'd like to just kind of already be stuck in the ground. But overall, I'd much prefer being, you know, I don't like bridging, especially when the dragon's after you, and it's like kind of like a whole thing where you have to worry about, is the dragon going to hit me out of the sky? Is it not? It probably is, so I have to worry about that, and, you know, things I'd just rather not have to think about. I should probably, you know what would be cool? I'm just thinking from like a design perspective, but if I made like a house that's kind of like inset here, then that could be something for them. as well, because I do need to get more villagers, like, overall within the area. Because, you know, there's tons of professions that I haven't unlocked yet that I need to. You telling me that you're not going to unlock at all today? Really? You guys are so annoying, honestly. At least I had that book, because goodness gracious, I didn't. Ugh. Either one of you. Please trade with me. Oh! You finally reset today. I don't know what is up with you in the resetting, but... Alright. At least a little bit. Emerald? No, emerald. Not an emerald. Alright. They're gonna congregate in a minute. In a few seconds, and then... Guess at that time it's time to turn around again. Just a little bit of hydration. Okay, I think they are congregating for the afternoon. Yeah. I need to go this way. And down. Okay. Have a good night, I guess. Alrighty. Okay, at this point, we have the helmet to kit out. Maybe I need to make another ender chest. I feel like that's probably a good way to go. That means I have to bring my self-touch pick with me, and I don't really want to have to deal with that. But it might just be one that I permanently have there, so I guess as long as I don't put it down beforehand, it should be okay. I do need to go back to the Nether Fortress to get more blaze rods because they are useful for other things. Being blaze powder. Do I have some of that upstairs, by the way? Actually, I just need to go back into the Nether in general, but actually after this, I won't have to ever worry about ender pearls because, quite honestly, pretty soon after that, I'm probably going to make an ender, or at least an ender mini. If you were very confused by both of those phrases, basically there are, just to kind of like explain it briefly, Endermen are one of the more higher yielding mobs in the game in terms of XP. So if you are able to kill a bunch of them very quickly, you will get a lot of XP very quickly and be able to mend your tools and, get up to level 30 and beyond very, very quickly, like within like a couple of minutes, if you do it right. So there's a number of tutorials, and like that's kind of how people put up with going into the void or anything like that, just to make sure that they are all good in that regard. Yeah. Okay. Alright, well, it's 2 p.m. and I very foolishly started the stream without eating lunch. So, I'm going to just take a very quick and brief break here. I'm gonna just go to be right back, and just in a few minutes, I'll be here talking and chat with you guys, just for a moment, while I just eat a snack, and I don't want to do that over, you know, over, what's it called? And then after that, we are going to actually, I think we're gonna head over to the site, or at least, you know, brew up these potions, you know, clear up that extra year, and then we're gonna get into the fight here. You know, kit up and get into the fight here, so, alright. Yep, I will just be back in a few minutes. I'm just gonna, you know, eat a snack, and then we will continue going. Alrighty. Just 1 second here while I go to right back. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, I am good to go. May need to take another, you know, bathroom break before I go fight the dragon, but at the meantime, we are already all good to go. I think I did everything. During the break, I also just like adjusted the ticker and the timer and the command just so that it actually does reflect Rainbow Railroad um, in terms of my personal donation as well. Let's see here. Thank you for the hydrate. I did hydrate before, but I will hydrate again. Thank you. Hmm. McDonald's is. I'm getting to that point in the month where McDonald's is starting to sound really good to me, so I definitely understand that. Okay. Alright, so we already have our Sharp 5 sword, I think. I still need some more levels before we can upgrade that fully. Iwi. Sword Iwi. So I keep trying to think I'm outside of the thing, but I'm not. Let's go down to the spider farm. Let's actually go down to the spider farm because even though I'm gonna wear down the sharpness or like the durability on my sword, I don't think it's gonna be that big of a deal. We also need to let this guy loose because now that we are in 119, he can actually give us his horns because that is a thing that can happen now. Is that we can get their horns and make sure that they are all good to go with that. Or like they'll give us specific things for the horns that they have. And wait, hang on, I need to refresh feed here. I can. Sorry, I need to view chat on my phone because I'm keeping what's it called? I am keeping chat up on my phone instead of actually reading it from OBS, at least this time. I only have one monitor. I have a very specific setup because I wanted to stream right away. But overall I don't really recommend doing that actually. I recommend actually getting a full PC with 2 monitors. I could use my TV as a monitor, which is what I do for when I stream any Zelda games. It's usually what I do, but not this time, not this time. So I do have to look and see what my stream manager says to me. It's okay. Caught up with the... We can caught up with things at least in the meantime. Not too close that thing's gonna hit me, right? No. Alright, well I'm caught up with chat at this point, so we're good. Did I hit the other one? I did. Okay. I'm gonna put this in here. We have our 13th piece of string, which is good. The 45 emeralds. Oh, the 45 emeralds. I'm going to get another chest plate. Even though the chest plate that gets traded to me isn't that great, but it's okay. It's better than nothing. How much string do we have? Oh, we have a good amount of string actually, so we could go trade that with the villagers as well. And yeah, that's definitely something we can do. Did I give the donation spiel again since I've come off break? It's okay. It doesn't hurt to give it again. So again, seeing as today is Juneteenth, we are raising some money for a Color of Change, but also seeing as it is also Pride Month, we are also going to be donating, matching the amount that gets donated via Tiltify today, and you know through the rest of June, to Rainbow Railroad, which is also a really great LGBTQ support charity. They do really great work in getting individuals who are in really bad areas where they can get persecuted or executed for being LGBTQ into much safer areas and much safer areas so that they can you know, so they won't be persecuted or anything like that. So it's really awesome charity. And so we'll be matching any donations that come from, ouch, that so we'll be matching any amounts that get donated to Color of Change, which is also an amazing charity, to Rainbow Railroad as well. So yeah, definitely something to keep in mind. I definitely encourage you guys to donate there as well. And even if you can't donate today, again, we will be having this run until the end of June. So, you know, feel free, if you can't, you know, if you can't donate today, then, you know, feel free to save the Tiltify link to a point that you can donate. And, you know, anything that goes through within June will still be counted. So the campaign will run until June 30th. So yeah, let's support both of these really great charities together. That is also to say that I will be reading Tiltify alerts. Like, if any, I know that I did say at the end of, or not at the end of it, but at the top of last stream, that I was going to have that I was going to have a few difficulties because of some things that are, you know, I'm going to have a lot of activities this summer. I'm pretty busy this summer, in regards to having streams kind of be a little bit more haphazard. But any stream that I do, including on, I don't know if I'm going to be streaming specifically on the 30th, but like the first stream in July, I will be reading out any Tiltify donations that come through between streams as well. And then, of course, I'll have the Tiltify alerts up all for the rest of June as well. I don't know how I'm going to incorporate the bottom bar there, but eventually I'm hoping that I'll be able to at least do it, at least in some capacity throughout the area, or the time we're doing this. So yeah, so please do consider donating. Can I do wonder, can I trade Spider Eyes to Fletcher? Not Fletcher's, to Clerics? I feel like that's something that I don't actually know. Did I hard pause? No, I didn't. Oh. Alright, well, this will be at least enough for us to be able to upgrade our sword to mending and breaking. And we'll have a mending sword. I actually have a mending sword before I have a mending shovel or axe, which is kind of funny, actually. But it's okay. Alrighty. It's almost nighttime again, but we're gonna just be able to go right here. This is starting to break apart a little bit, but oh, there we go. Alrighty, so let's start packing. I think we are kind of at the point where we just need to start to pack. I did also want to check upstairs to see if there is any extra blaze powder that we may have. No. Okay, so I'll just use the one here. And I'll just put the other one in the area. But again, we do already have the Eye of Ender. I believe I left it there. I'm almost certain I left it there when I went to go make or open the portal, or like at least go find the stronghold. I didn't open the portal, but I did at least make it available. Did I not have any more obsidian? If that's the case, anywhere I can get some, I just... Ugh. Only 7? Only 7. Alright, well, I'll put this here for now. Just so I don't, you know, like, accidentally use it and then just goes in the direction that I know where it already is, and I don't have to worry about that. That's not where I want to put that. I'm gonna put that in here. And again, do need to go back to the Nether Fortress, but I really would like not to. Would really like not to. Because that's something I would like to avoid doing. Okay, let's go talk to our villagers again. We do have a few more spots that we can put some tradable goods. So I'll just get 2 more pieces of wood. And then we'll let them have these things. They should all be restocked at this point. If they're still showing as a negative, I don't know what to do. Okay. So I don't have to swim over here. I can come around to the cold area, but I sometimes just don't feel like it. No, it's morning. I was just like, they shouldn't be. Well, they have a morning meeting too. That's a thing to say. Do you have? Do you have? No. Why don't you have? Do you have? Yes, you do. Okay. Okay. Hello. Bye. Okay. I think I'm gonna skip this song. Sometimes, you know, the pretzel songs don't really, like, get to me often, like, in terms of, like, just being a little weird, but sometimes, especially in this point, I'm just kind of like, no, thank you, no, thank you. Thank you, appreciate it, but no thanks. Is this still your workstation? Okay. I mean, to be fair, he probably did restock, and I just didn't open his UI to see if he was actually stocked or not. But it's okay. My store's ready. Okay, good. Okay. Just checking to see if... You're not the armorer, you're the weaponsmith. You're the armorer. No. You're the armorer. Okay, so I'm gonna get this. In fact, I'm gonna get 2 of those. And I think I'm gonna actually get 3. Mostly because I can combine those. I'm wearing one of those. I have a bunch of feather falling. I'll get the Prot 2 leggings, but I do need to trade away some more of my sticks. You restocked? No. Okay. Are you restocked? You are. I think there's some XP trapped on the other side. Okay. Yep. Okay, so you're out of that. Okay, you do. So then I will break down the slug, and you will give me more. Alrighty. Perfect. So that's a 50. So you have more things. Can I buy this? 2 of these from you. Thank you. So I mean, it looks like both of them will trade me like a log's worth of sticks, like a stack of logs worth of sticks, and they're actually getting a little bit more expensive now, because they'll do that. They'll kind of like hike up your prices as time goes on. They're also still 31. But I think for now we can at least start to get the backup armor going, because we already do have what's it called? We already do have the... Oh, I didn't trade them string. We already have the boots. We have the diamond boots, so all we have to do is worry about making sure we have all the rest of our backup gear, and I think we'll be good to go. I could upgrade to netherite at this point, or at least get close to it, but parts of me, like a part of me still needs a couple of things to happen before, or like I want a couple of things to be, you know, ready before I upgrade to netherite and do everything. Like I want my diamond gear to be good, in terms of everything else. But you know what I could do though? This chest plate is actually not enchanted. And the good thing about enchanting to netherite is that if I were to plate this netherite chest plate in netherite, right? Or plate this diamond chest plate into a netherite chest plate, I could potentially get a better enchantment on it. Like it has a higher enchantment value, meaning that it will give me better enchantments on it if I just make it if it's just an unenchanted chest plate without anything on it. So that might be the move here. I think I'm gonna actually do that. And I do have plenty of netherite to go around, so that's, you know, that's kind of a non-issue. I think I'm okay with at least this one piece being netherite, so that way if I go with it, I'm not like really losing a netherite chest piece. Like I'm only losing so much. And there is a finite amount of netherite in the world, but it's still, you know, considerably better to have to go with what we're going here. Okay, so now we have both of those. So we have protection 2 leggings. We don't have protection 3 leggings. I'm gonna make them protection 3 leggings, but we don't have them. I'm gonna go, because I'm kind of a little bit tired of doing emerald stuff, I am gonna probably spend some of my stash here. We will have to save up for a beacon. I will have to fight the Wither at some point. But that's gonna take some time. Especially because Wither skeletons are a thing that I have to worry about at a later point. Okay. Did I get the other pick out of here? Or did I get the pick? I should probably go get the pick from the villagers. And I should have enough for that. I don't foresee myself having issues. with those. Did I plant all the trees back? It's also a question that I would like to have answered. The good thing is I don't have to worry about axes. I don't think I'm gonna need to worry about an axe in... what's it called? I mean, I could have put sharpness 5 on my axe. That's definitely something that could have happened, but because the villagers already sell me sharpness on a diamond sword, it's just better for me to just go that route as well. Yeah, we'll do that too. Alright, to sleep. And I think at this point we will get to the I'll put that in the morning. It's really not worth it. Okay. We'll have all that ready. Okay, so now we'll have to go grab some other things here. So we have an extra... we have at least 2 pairs of things here, which is good. Need an extra one of these. And I think it might also be good to... oh, we're gonna need this too. I'm gonna put my crossbow back in here, just for the safety of it. The spruce log can go back into the donkey. We don't necessarily need it for right this moment, but we will at some point in the future. We also have, oops, this bow, but it's kind of broken, and I don't really need for it to be used. Unless, yeah, no. It's okay, but that did bring it up to full, didn't it? It did. I don't think I'm gonna waste my time with it. It's really not that worth it to try to do it that way. So alright, let's just assessing what we have here. We have what we need to make slow falling. Let me go make slow falling too. We're getting close to having everything that we need for extra gear. We have blocks, we just need to put them in our inventory. We have the water bucket, I'll get an extra one. Infinity. We do have a bookshelf in there. But I also need to find where... yes, I'll take 4 of these, please. I do need to find out where the rest of my books are. I think they're upstairs. Because having books... well, first I need to trade an infinity book and then put it on another bow for us to be able to trade that relatively easily. And then we'll have an extra infinity bow. Arrows, sharpness 5 sword, which we already have, and a pumpkin question mark. But it's about to be a pumpkin, not question mark. We're going to bring it, but I kind of doubt that we are going to actually use it. But we'll have it just in case, because sometimes, you know, Endermen don't like it when you look at them, and I get it, because I don't like people look at me. But that's going to be something that we will take into consideration. I am also going to bring one of these, because Enchanted Golden Apple, I was lucky enough to come across 2 of those, and eventually I will have to eat an Enchanted Golden Apple. So if I do need to use it for whatever reason, I guess, now would be the best time to do it. Now would be a good time, at least. It's not, well, the best is kind of subjective, especially because we, have some other things that we have to consider, especially going into, like, fights like, the Wither, which inflicts, like, a crazy amount of damage to. But, there we go. Netherite. Chest plate. So what do we have? We have protection 4, which is fantastic, actually. But we need levels. And what do we not have? Levels! But wow, we'll put that on for now. Okay, let's make this pumpkin, less of a pumpkin. Well, actually, more of a pumpkin, depending on how you look at it. So, now it's a jack-o'-lantern. Or not, it's not a jack-o'-lantern yet, but it's a car pumpkin. And we can put it on our head, to make a card pumpkin. But now, we have a pumpkin on our heads. And Enderman cannot see us like this. Like, if we put our crosshairs directly at an Enderman, we're not going to have any issue. The problem is that we can't see out of it, or we have to do things like this. And third person in this game doesn't necessarily work super well, especially when you're trying to, like, do very specific things. But, if you need to, you can. Ow. Like, for example, like, I need to, like, figure out what block, like, I can barely see what block I'm mining, so, we're gonna have to go into third person to really do much of anything, and that's annoying. I just will say that third person in this game, not as nice as you would think it would be, so we'll just take this off our heads now. And it does kind of dock us marks for armor down there, so you can see, like, down at the bottom of the screen there, that we get, like, an armor and a half, like 1.5 pieces of armor away, as long as we have, like, as opposed to having the helmet. So I'll just like to try my best and not look at Enderman. I feel like I did, when we did it with Yuki, I feel like we did it, at least to a considerable amount, better. So I feel like I had faith that we can do it this time. I don't think we're going to have any issues. Okay, in the meantime, I have these arrows here, and I'm going to bring this back with me. Let me put the pumpkin seeds out here, and I kind of realized that I'm going to have to fix my texture pack, because, or, like, get one more thing in my texture pack. Did I make exclamation point texture pack a thing? I did, right? Yeah, okay. And if you were curious about my texture pack, then, exclamation point texture pack will tell you what my texture pack is. I do also sometimes use Optifine, but I haven't checked if Optifine 1.19 is out. I don't think it is, actually, because I think it just takes a little bit of time to adjust some things sometimes. Sometimes it's an easy export, other times it's not. But that's okay. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna go get one more thing of leggings and a book, unless it's already nighttime for them. It's okay, we can run over. I don't think it's gonna be a big issue. Okay, so extra pair of leggings and an infinity book to put on another bow. I feel like that's at least a little bit reasonable. They're having their meeting. Ouchie. Okay. are not that, but you have a thing I need, actually. Here, hey, please stop running from me. I need this from you. Thank you. Alright, and then hopefully this guy's not asleep yet. Doesn't look like he is, but he's kind of close. I am going to at least let me talk to you. Infinity! What was your last book again? Riptide. I'll have to use it later, but in the meantime. There we go. Alright. Good night. Thank you. Also, I keep that guy in there because he's really, really valuable. He has Mending and also Infinity, and I can't risk losing those because Mending you can only get via villagers in, like, special chests, like, only specific, places. Like, if you find them in a loot chest, then that's one way you can get them, but that's the only way to get them, like, consistently. So I prefer that guy not die. Because him dying is not a good thing. Okay. Oh, yeah, thanks, Ash. I appreciate it. Appreciate you being here. Alrighty. Alright, so let's go down the checklist here. So, slow falling. Slow falling, slow falling, slow falling. Okay. You know what I should do? You know what I said I would do, actually? I'm gonna waterlog the slab. Because that way, now we can just go here, and now we already have these ready to go. Okay, so potion brewing. Potion brewing is relatively simple. For most potions you are going to need, a vast majority of potions you are going to need nether wart, but you can only find in the Nether Fortress and Piglin Bastions. So you have to go to the Nether for it. You cannot trade it. It's quite annoying, actually, because most loot chests do not have them, unless you were in the Nether. But that starts you off as a base, and then you get an awkward potion that doesn't have any effect in it. Now, to put an effect in it, you need an ingredient, and you can see that my HUD, I have the user interface here that tells me what exactly I can brew into it. So you can see that it starts with the nether wart and then it goes down from here. This is also all part of the Vanilla Tweaks texture pack, so, you know, again, exclamation point texture pack if you were interested in that. But yeah, that's definitely something that is really useful and handy to do. So now we're gonna make slow falling, and slow falling gives us the ability to fall slowly, and that way we don't take fall damage when we leave, or when we fall, and it's all good. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Whew. Alright, and then, redstone extends the time, and so we're gonna make this from a 130 potion into, I believe, a 6-minute or 5-minute potion. That is to say that each potion does have its own set of rules. So, for example, this one's 4. For the most part, also, some of them come out with 3 minutes, and then you can extend them up to 8, but this one is until 4. I'm gonna do this at least one more time. At least a couple more times. I'm trying not to have too many of these in my inventory because, again, we are going to combine things down, but it's still important for us to be able to do potions to a certain degree. Okay. There is quite the air horn here. Okay. At least, at the very least, combine down... Wait, I don't know if I can combine them down. But I need to combine down the... I need to combine my leggings together. Okay, so at least that was that much, which is fine. I guess we're kind of going in with iron helmets, which is okay. We can go down with iron helmets. I don't think it's going to be an issue. Need to extend the time. Put that in there. And now, let me see here. I'm gonna put the emeralds away here, so we don't need them for now. So we're working on slow falling. Extra gear, we have that in here. Blocks. Blocks. Yes, we do need blocks. I'm going to use tough. Maybe... cobbled? No, actually. What do I have in here? I have a lot of cobble deep slate, but cobble deep slate is actually a good block to use. Guess tough we can't regenerate. So let's go with 3 things of cobble and then 3 things of tough, because I usually end up with a lot of tough because I go find those there, mining areas where you can get a bunch of stuff in tandem with them. I don't know what I meant. I meant like, well, yeah, okay, so let me back up. It's the iron veins that I can't remember, that I'm like having trouble remembering, but yeah, so for in caves sometimes you can at least get a you can happen upon either a copper one if you're like above, like if you're at like stone level, and then what's it called? What is it called? An iron vein if you're at deep slate level, and then sometimes you need to dig out a lot of tough from those areas for the, at least for the iron one. For the copper one, it's what's this block? This block, granite. To be able to do, or not to be able to do, but to be able to get the copper veins. But I always end up with a lot of tough because I keep going down into the dark reaches of the world and trying to find the tough that is down there. I'm gonna just get a couple levels of XP so I can chant this bow to be infinity. And I might also, well, no, that's gonna take a long time. But when I come back, as long as I'm able to recover the netherite chestplate, then I will go ahead and enchant that as well when we come back from the fight. That's the hope. Let's see here. What else am I thinking? We might end up having to... I think otherwise we might be okay. I'm gonna just try to grind some levels here for a little bit. But it's hour 3. We really should get to the Ender Dragon. I wanted to get to the Ender Dragon. I will at least look to organize my stuff, though. But this will free up the spot once we're done with that. We'll have at least 2 more spots freed up. And then we'll also have a chest over there, too. It won't be that big of an issue. Okay. You know what, I'm gonna go ahead and do that, just so I have the extra space in case I do need to pick up any more spider eyes. To do everything else, Nice to be a little bit active sometimes. But I think I should at least be able to either combine the leggings, or I'll have enough to do at least one action. Like either combine the leggings or, what's it called? Okay, so combining the leggings is 3. So we'll go ahead and do that. And then putting the enchantment on the bow is 4. Okay, so we just need 1 more level. Okay, cool. I could have stayed down there for that. Why I didn't, I really couldn't tell you. But, okay. So then, Infinity Bow. You know, I do kind of doubt I'm gonna need this many blocks, but you know, some of those pillars, when you go to try to snipe at them, are a little high, so maybe I will, maybe I won't. It's hard to say. You know? So even if I do have to bridge across it, I don't imagine I'll take a staff, but still. Still things to consider. Also, I don't need these anymore either. Okay, well we have our 4. So let's go do that. Alright, and I do also have to remember to put away the shears and fill up my water bottle, or fill up my water bucket. Not there. Here. There we go. Okay. Wait, I didn't get the pick, did I? I forgot to get the pick. Oh, well. It's okay. We have to go over there anyway, so I'll probably pick it up on the way. Let's put our shears away, and we can also put our axe away, because we're not going to need it for this fight. Anything else we need to bring up? We really technically don't need the shovel, but it's good to bring it anyway. I don't want to punch out anything. Actually, I will. I'll put up with it for the sake of inventory space. I will put up with it. I don't have my shield. Why don't I have my shield? I don't know, but we rectified that. And let us do what we went down there to do. And now we have an extra one of those. Wonderful. Okay, so when I go down there, I do need to remember to also make sure that we... I'm also going to put away my coal, by the way. I do want to make sure that when we get down there that we make sure that our... we split the arrows in half. Because the reality is, with the arrows, I need to make sure that that I have at least one, otherwise Infinity doesn't work. So that's actually at least an important bit of information that I need to keep in mind. Okay. Gonna make my torches now. Oh, I have some extra. 2 stacks of torches should probably be enough. In fact, I don't even think I'm gonna bring that many. And then let us consult our board. Slow falling we have, extra gear we have, blocks we have, water bucket we have, infinity bow we have, arrow we have 2, have 4, sharpness 5 sword, and a pumpkin. Alright, we are just about finally after 3 hours ready to go. I'm sorry guys, I'm very thorough when it comes to Minecraft. I don't like to have, you know, I like to have all my bases covered and just make sure that we are all perfect. So, you know, we have the least chance of failure. Because, you know, because failure means losing all your stuff in this game. And I'm not really big on that. Okay. Let's see here. I want to get more food, though. And we'll pick up that pick. Do I have any more food in here? I should have a lot of food in here, actually. In fact, we have more than a stack of chicken. I will also bring some steak along too, just in case we run out. So we still have to go get that pick from the villagers. Is it already nighttime again? Probably. In the meantime, I do also want to make sure that we have good. Hi, Lily. We are good. We are almost done. Almost ready to do some things here. Some really important things. But I do need to at least have the emeralds to buy the pick. Hope it was, I'll just bring along 20. I think it was a little less than that, but we're gonna go along here. Gonna go to the other side and find out. Okay, it's been a while since I've done the charity spiel. So, if you guys did not know, you can see that below at the bottom bar here that we have a Tiltify link going. Today is Juneteenth, at least it's federally recognized today. It was actually yesterday. But Juneteenth is a holiday that celebrates the emancipation of African slaves, such as my ancestors. And so I am raising money for Color of Change because we still have a lot of issues in terms of what's the word? Why am I not thinking of it right now? Systemic issues in regards to how people of color in general also as well are treated, but specifically people of black people. So let me see. They're having their morning meeting. Yeah, they are. An armorer. No, I don't want the armorer. I want the toolsmith. Sorry, I'm also trying to do this, but yeah. So I'm raising money for Color of Change, basically. And if you want to donate, then it is going to be !donate in the chat. And then Nightbot will give you a nice little donation link where you can also donate any amount. I need 4 more emeralds, goodness gracious. So if you donate any amount, it will be matched, actually, up to $150 at the current moment. Also to Rainbow Railroad, because, June is also Pride Month, and to help, to recognize that as well, I will also be matching a donation to whatever the final amount of the campaign is for the Color of Change Tiltify campaign, into also making a personal donation to Rainbow Railroad. So we get both, the recognition of Juneteenth and Pride Month at the same time. Rainbow Railroad is also a really, really great charity. They also are looking, what they do is that they support any individual who is in a country where it is unsafe to be LGBTQ, whether that be legally or, either via, persecution or any other means, to get out of that situation and into an area that they feel safe in. Oh, yeah, that's why I didn't do this. Which one is it? There, okay, down here. But yeah, so I would definitely, recommend that, if you are watching and can donate, then I would definitely consider donating. And yeah, it'll all go to a really great charity, so. Or 2 great charities, actually. Okay. Alright, buddy. Onwards. Alright, let's go. Alright, we are going to have to go a little bit far here, and I'm a little cautious about making sure that, horses and stuff are at least safe, because sometimes, just sometimes, we hit these, and then they are at least a little bit of an issue. Yeah. And now we should all be good to go over the hill here. And so what we're really going to have to do is, what I'm really trying to do here is make it so that I can go around all the snowy areas, because with the snowy areas, I also need to worry about there being powdered snow, which was something that was added in 1.7, was it 1. Yeah, 1.17, and it will trap my horse and eventually freeze it to unalived, and we don't want that. Is that a baby wolf? Oh my god, it's a baby wolf. So cute. There's another one. Oh no, that's a regular baby wolf. No, there's a puppy too. Oh, so cute. Okay, actually I don't want to be down here. I think I'm gonna follow this, this meadow along here. And get to, and you know, try not to fall in any holes, and get to the other side of the area here. Oh, an apple. Wow, I did not need all of this. Hang on. Okay, that's better. I don't know when I chopped down that tree. Apparently I did. Either, you know, I did, or it just happened to have fallen out of my area. But anyway, this is the other village on the other side of the meadow. And, you know, it's nice to kind of be out here for that. But the stronghold is still a ways past this. In fact, we're going to have to cut through a dark oak forest, which is a little intimidating, but at least with this way, we're going to have some areas to go in. And just really try not to fall into any holes. Oh, it's a fox. Goodbye, fox. We'll have to do something with foxes at some point, I think. Okay. Alright, getting through dense forest is something. I think we kind of can't. Uh-oh. Okay, you know what, we'll go up. Go up to go back down. Not that way, though. This way? This way. Alrighty. So to cut through a taiga here, but eventually we're going to hit a dark oak forest. You can see that there's a azalea tree over there, so that might be... You can see that there's an azalea tree over there, so that might be like a little bit of a fun aside at some point. But azalea trees mark lush caves, which are fun. Because they're like... They have a bunch of fun things in there. Let's see if I can get over closer to it. Oh, okay, I don't want to get too close to it because it's surrounded by berry bushes, but yeah, a little fun thing. Azalea trees, again, mark lush caves, and lush caves have a couple of special features in them. We visited one relatively a few sessions ago, I think. Oh yeah, we visited one when we couldn't go to the mangrove forest. And that was a little fun. That was fun. Because we found a first axolotl there. But we couldn't hang out there too much because it was kind of quite the ordeal to actually get through there. It was cool because we also got to do things like go over to... Oh. You know, well, oh, no, I do remember what we saw there. We saw regular diamonds, or like stone diamonds, because stone diamonds used to be like the only type of diamond that you'd be able to get. But actually now they're extremely rare. So they're kind of like a relic. And it's quite funny because now that means that we, you know, it's funny because like they used to be so common and they're so specific to how things were, but now it's kind of they're not so much like, you know, they're so rare now. So like something that used to be so common in the game is like so rare now, which is kind of a little fun thing. Okay, we might have to take a nappy somewhere around here. Here we go. Alright, I like to travel across the things here, but I'm actually going to stay down here and take a nap because it is nighttime now. And I'm just going to stay on you until the sun fully sets. Okay, I think that is now. Yes. Alrighty. Here we go. Hey, come back here. Okay. I do need to be a little bit careful here because I believe that nearby, there's another lush cave marker, but nearby there is fully the chance out that we could run into the mansion, the Illager mansion that's in here. And we don't want that. Because I'm pretty sure that it's like within here too. There's a swamp over there. Oh my goodness, we almost did. Wow. So the unfortunate thing about that is that that's actually away from one of the new features in the game, which is the there's a new mob in there called the Allay, and I overall because I actually generated that specific mansion in 1.18, so we're actually not going to be able to see if there's any Allays in there unless they still generate, in which case that'd be cool, but for right now it might be a little bit more troublesome than it's worth. Okay. Yeah. Gonna try to... Not trying to put another sapling there, but I do need to get up here. Okay, but now that we've come up on that, I think we just need to go a little bit more this way. But we have a big old lake here. So maybe we probably do need to cross back to the other side. Not super happy about that, but it's probably just for the safety of things, or for the navigation of things. What we have to do. It's quite annoying that I have to go through this to get to the stronghold, but it's okay. It's not a good spot, at least. Okay, so it's there. We're gonna twist and turn this way. Ouch. I'll go this way. Getting a ton of leaves in my face, but it's better than nothing. Try not to fall too low, because the spot's over there, and we don't want to go there. We just want to be up to the back here. I'm going to try to stay on top of the treetops as much as possible because I would like not to fall. Okay. Alright, so the birch forest is up here. It is an old growth birch forest that our space is in. I just need to find the right space for it to be. I believe is over here somewhere. I think I will have to cross a river here to try to see if I can... Ooh! Okay. Okay, please. Let's get this way. Yeah. I really should have brought a lead. I should have brought a lead. This was... kind of... You. Stop. Go away. Thank you. No, I need you to go this way, please. Please, 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 please. Pretty soon I will be able to fly, and then I want to deal with a horse being pushed across the river. Okay, there we go. Alrighty. No. Alright, let's see if we can get around to the other side here. I think that... At least the other side of this mountain. I believe that it should actually be a little bit further over. Because it is a... Like I said, it is a birch forest. It's just not... I don't think it's this one. But it's close by this one. Like, there's another dark oak forest that borders it. But that this one kind of surrounds it a little bit. And this might be the way to go. Let's see here. Okay, that mountain range is looking familiar. No! No! Ooh! Okay, here we go. Please... No, don't do that. Here. Here. Okay, that lava source is a little... That was almost really bad. Okay. Whew. Alright, here we go. We can get out of here. This is less of an issue to get out of than other things. Ouch. Really like to not smack my head on things. Wait a minute. I do have something that'll entice it. Hey, buddy. Yeah. But not this time. You're getting a regular apple. There you go. Alright, we're out of that. Goodness. Okay, is that the mountain range near this? Because over on this side, what happens is, around where my portal is a area where I can see a river. But I don't think it's over here. I think it's probably, again, past this area. But we're close by. We are really close by. At least I think we are. I hope we are. Maybe on that side. Uh-oh. I want to see. Oh. gotta be careful though. Oh gosh, ugh. Oh, that fire is spreading over there, and I don't want nothing to do with that, but might be something to consider. Okay. Right biome, wrong area. We are back this way. Okay. Ooh, there's llamas. So yes, the Wandering Trail is llamas are not the only llamas in the game. There are more. They're just not quite the same. Please don't tell me I left my bed there. I would cry. I would literally cry. I feel like I might be too far over. I'm starting to get the inkling that, oh, maybe not. No, I'm not. I am too far north, though. That is something that I didn't consider. So, let's keep going this way. Alright, and I picked it up again. Okay. Let's just sleep. Let's just take a nap. Alrighty. So the hope is now that I don't actually have to go too far here. Because the swamps are over here, but I believe that once I get past this mountain range, it's really just a matter of getting over to, yep, the rest of the birch forest, which is over here. Okay. Alright, and so it should be... So now that we're here, there's a cave entrance over here, and that's where the creeper hole was, and there is the stable for my horse. Wonderful! I don't have anything to block it in, though. You know, well, it's probably gonna just have to be... Bubble. Hey, don't get out there. No, don't get out there. You just... Stop that. No! Stop that. Alright, now you stay there. And... this is really great, because now... all you have to do is go down here. And... as soon as we are down here... eventually we will get to... a landing. In which... we will be... nearby. We just go into this way, and we are now in our stronghold. Wonderful. Okay, so... oh. Just noticed that there's something down here. Now, I've gone this way before, right? I'm still kind of like low-key looking for another side disc and just like hoping it's here. But there's a library here. I've been here, yeah? Yeah, looks like it. Okay, cool. any case, here we are at the strongholds. I do wonder what is down there, though. I don't think anything, but at the very least it is very eaten out by... what are those things called? Silverfish. But here we are. Alrighty, so I'm gonna lock things down here. And then we are going to... I'm gonna just take a very quick pee break, because I do not want to go into the dragon fight having to go to the bathroom, especially if I get scared. So I am going to go ahead and top up my food here. Then we're going to pause, and then we're going to set up base. Actually, we're going to set up base first, and then I'm going to go here. Alright, so half of our stuff, just in case we need it, half of our stuff in here. And then boots, actually all three of these things. Diamond sword, our slow falling potions will go in there. Half our food, 2 arrows, and the other infinity bow. We'll also save the enchanted golden apple and the carp pumpkin just in case we need it. I'm just gonna put the vital iron in there too. Half of our torches each. And then... well, this is all we're really going in with, which is kind of crazy, actually. We did forget to get a second, what's it called? Second bow, but it's okay. Okay, in the meantime, guys, I am going to run to the bathroom just really quickly, and then we will go in and do the fight. Just give me just a few minutes just to kind of deal with things here. 1 second, I'll be back. Hey guys, you want to know what I forgot? You know what it is? I don't have... I'm missing my spyglass. we need to go get a spyglass because you know, this is an all advancements playthrough. This is not just a regular playthrough, you know? Like, we need to find, if we can, a place to get amethyst shards and and some copper. Copper is the easy one. Copper is the easy one because, you know, we passed some copper on the way down, and we can definitely like make it so that you know, that's the case. But we definitely need we need some things that we forgot, because this is an all advancements playthrough, you know? This isn't just us trying to do just a casual playthrough. I mean, granted, we will have to do this again. We will have to do it again. We also forgot the bottles for You Need a Mint, but that one's not going to be as hard because in the reality of it is that we're pretty much just going to have what's it called? It's going to be pretty easy for us to get it. I have been over here, yeah. Yeah. I'll take one though, because the pearls are always useful. But yeah, we might need to do something about that. Oh boy. I cannot believe I forgot about that. Of all things. Of all things to forget, that was one of them. But see, there's some copper right here, so we can get that really easily. In fact, I don't even think we really need that much of it. I think we might need some of this. Actually, what am I doing? I don't even need that. What I do need is probably some of this wood, though. And here am I saying that I am not going to need my... I'm not going to need my axe, because I don't need to do that. But it's okay. I feel like we're low enough in the world that there might be, oh, what's it called? What am I thinking of? There might be a geode somewhere that I can at least, get things to smelt. We also don't have that much fuel, really, do we? Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no, it's all going wrong. Oh, no, it all went wrong. Okay. I think with the oak planks, how much are the oak planks going to smelt? I feel like 2 things. Well, actually, we only need 2 things smelted, right? Let's go exploring a little bit in here. I mean, we've already explored it thoroughly, but just in case there's like, I know that there's like a place that opens out to somewhere, so maybe we can go out there, see what we can find. Oh boy, what a thing to forget. Because it's really not worth it to go all the way back, because if we do that, it's just going to be way too much of an ordeal to just kind of go all the way back to base. Or we know that there is a geode, but at the very least, you know, there isn't something that we have to do. And, you know, we can take slow falling. You know, I don't have that much of an issue with, you know, doing this part, because, you know, we can take slow falling, and we'll get something from that. But at the very least, wow, what a thing to forget, really. Okay. We're just going to take a look around, see if there's anything else I can do to rectify the situation at hand. So maybe there's an exposed geode somewhere, you know? Never know unless you look. Let's go further down in here. I feel like there was one staircase where I could go down and it was very clearly, you know, opened up to the outside area. I don't think it was down here, but it's probably close by. I feel like I might end up getting lost in here. Should not be good, but actually I feel like it was... Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's see if we can go down here. Ooh. Oh my goodness, that scared me. Maybe I do need to turn those down. Who donated? I should give the donation spiel again since we've been out of... What's it called? Oh, Yuki, thank you! Thank you for the support on the fundraiser. For those of you, to give the spiel, for those of you who do not know, this is actually a charity stream. So I am raising funds for Color of Change because today is when Juneteenth is recognized federally in the United States. As well, I will also be matching the amount that is donated all the way up to $150 at the current moment. I may end up being able to adjust that more, to Rainbow Railroad, which actually takes a lot of, which both of them are really great charities. Color of Change advocates for the I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm bumbling. I'm kind of just also like trying to make sure I say it right. But Color of Change advocates for Black and African American individuals to get proper treatment in the justice system, as well as a bunch of other, you know, really great stuff like that as well. Let's see here. Oh, I see something I didn't want to see as well. Rainbow Railroad makes it so that LGBT youth and actually anyone who's LGBT can get support out of their dangerous situations, in terms of, especially in terms of getting them out of unsafe situations, be it prosecution from governments or anything of similar nature that would otherwise, you know, be really unsafe for them, or, you know, anywhere that it's illegal or anything like that, and puts them in, you know, a much more safer environment in which they can get safely to an area, you know, where they can, you know, not have to deal with that and, you know, live a free life that way. So yeah, your donation goes a really long way, and if you know, want to be like all the amazing people who've contributed so far, we're actually very, very close to our goal at this point. Let's see, we're actually about 23 away from the final goal, which is really, really awesome. So, but if it does get more than 100, then 150, and again, 150 will be matched and sent to, oh, there wasn't anything down there. Just trying to look around for if there was anything. But yeah, 100, a certain amount will be matched, $150 US dollars will be matched to go to Rainbow Railroad as well. So it's definitely worth donating. Oh, and also, if you can't donate today, that's okay, because we will be running the campaign until the end of June. So yeah, do consider. You just figure if we are going to be I just figured if we're going to be reaching a milestone in Minecraft, we might as well reach a milestone elsewhere as well. You know, I think I'm probably going to go back up to the top level and see if there's anything there that we can do. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. So, Yuki, thank you. Thank you for putting us over our goal there. I really appreciate it. Yay. Okay, so that does mean that $100 will be going to both Color of Change and Rainbow Railroad. Let me see if I can also increase the goal a little bit. I'm going to actually just pause here and see if I can do it really quickly. Let's see, details. Because, again, we're going to be running this through the end of... Oh. Because we are going to be reaching this through the end of the month, I am going to also just increase the... Wait, how do I... incentives. Yes, okay. Let me see here. But yeah, we did it. So thank you all for donating. I really appreciate that. Let me see if I can increase the goal. So we'll reach it to 150 because we've hit it today, and I wasn't expecting to hit it today. I was expecting for it to be you know, expecting for it to be a lot longer that we would have hit it. Okay. Okay, I think it should at least... Or maybe it doesn't. I don't really know. But yeah, so the goal is now 150 if you would like to contribute as well. Oh, Jessica, thank you for the 1 bit as well. But yeah, so that's really awesome. Yeah, Yuki, thank you for pushing us over our goal. And I am going to try to see if I can find another place that there might be a geode so that I can get just one little tiny piece of... What's it called? Thank you for the bit. No, it does not look like I can. I'd really like to find something. I'm sort of glad I got another bit. Yuki, thank you also for the bits. I'd really like to find the geode, though. Geode would be really great. You can just pop out into a cavern here and maybe find it. Luckily we won't run into any skulk because I didn't generate this in 118. Ah, anything in here? To try not to die, though. Ooh! Talking about dying. Oh gosh, oh gosh. Ooh! Ooh! Oh my gosh. There's another one behind it too, so that's kind of annoying. Ugh. Thank you. Thank you for all the bits. Hey. Come on. Alright. Cool. Ouch. Where are you? Over there. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'd rather that actually. Why? Oh no. I can't see. A rather dark cave up here. Oh my gosh. Really? Really now? Okay, fine. There's a lot of creepers here. Wow. I'm just looking for... Oh, wonderful. Okay. Sure. Oh, good. Oh, that was really close, actually. Oh. Hello? Ow. Wow. Alright. Just heal here. Yeah. I figured that it's probably making its way over here. Here we go. What's in here? Not what I need, but name tags are nice. Wouldn't it be great if a creeper just came up right behind me right now? By great, I mean awful. Okay. I hate caving in unfamiliar areas. I really do. Especially because we forgot one little thing. Something as small as an amethyst shard can throw off our entire mission here. Oh. Stop the zombie. Ready for deep dark? No, I'm not ready for the deep dark. I am not at all ready for the deep dark. The good thing is we've generated this area in 118, so I shouldn't need to worry about Skulk. I shouldn't. The idea is that I should not need to worry about Skulk. And if I do, oh goodness. We're not going there for that. Not for that. I mean, actually, it might be a little bit less likely that we get the deep dark up here, but if I do encounter deep dark, I'm going nowhere near it. Huh. Wow, that was really close, actually. Ditcha, thank you for the bits again. I don't want to fall down there. At least not from this side. Nice big dripstone cave, though. Ah. Ooh! How? How? Oh goodness, oh no. Not down here. Ooh! Okay, there we go. There's more stuff up here. I don't like that. I don't like that there's more stuff up here, actually. I'm going to try to crouch here, because I don't want to fall in that hole, because I will die. Oh, goodness. Really? Really, no. There we go. Any amethyst, please. Anything at all. That's all my torches. Oh goodness, alright. Well, can't quite do anything else with this information. So I think the only potential thing that we have I would really like not to have to spawn it again, but I think that might be the case that we might have to go with, unfortunately. Actually, wasn't there coal in here? Yeah, there was. That's not many torches, though. You know what I could get? Well, that I did also forget to get. The extra bucket. I feel like there's one probably like right there and I just can't see it. Which is unfortunate, but nothing we can do. Okay, let's get back up to the top. Eventually we probably will take a look around there and see if there's anything else, but for now... Oh, we went down, didn't we? We didn't really go down. We can try closer to the surface too, see if there was anything. But yeah, sometimes a lot of these structures, especially like the what's it called? Like the what are they called? The abandoned mine shafts also have amethysts that usually intersect with them quite a lot, actually. So I feel like if we did kind of like start strip mining in this section, then we probably would have come across it, but I don't really want to risk that, so we're not going to. Nothing down at this end. Okay, it's up here. That's down again. We don't want to go back down. And then that's the portal room. Okay. I have this feeling, though, that maybe down here? It just seems like it's a really big dripstone cave. And no. And sometimes it's just good to look in the ground and just see if there's a variance of texture. And then maybe, just maybe, there will be an amethyst geode. Right now it just sounds like there's zombies though. I think that there was another, what's it called? I should have written the spyglass on there, I'm so upset. So angry. But actually, wait, if I go up this way, there was another area which, oh gosh, I'm gonna block that up. I don't want to get stuck down there. Here I am, 4 p.m. and I said I was supposed to be done, and we are still haven't fought the dragon yet because I am silly. But anyway, there is another fun thing up here. And potentially, it's possible that it could be down there. Pretty sure that at this point they do kind of start to go in that direction, you know. They do start to show up down here. But I'm not seeing any. At least not in the immediate area. Oh goodness, alright, look. Look. Stop. Destroyed my torch too? Really? Ugh. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dasha, for the other two, for the additional two bits. Did I just see? Hello? Hello? Did I just miss that? I walked right past those. Wow. Okay. Good to know that that's there. I don't have Silk Touch on me, so I won't do that. But, okay. Look for a geode, I find rare diamonds. Consider that. Oof. Just... I mean, I appreciate it, but if you follow other streamers, you should definitely share them with other streamers as well. Ugh. What if it was the other way? I'm sorry, guys. I'm just very, very angry about this. What's down here? Oh, wow. I'm sure I wish I had... I don't think I'm going to try to go any further out, but it's good to know that this is here. Sometimes you can kind of look around and see if there is a way that you can go. I do need to worry about, what's it called? Drowned down here. Because they can spawn down here. Okay. just helps to take a look sometimes. Just a look. Just a look peek. Okay. Perhaps not. Oh gosh. I wasn't on them. Not being on them is not good. Having respiration on my helmet would be really good right now, but I do not have that option. And it's hard to see. Oh, but this is actually opens up into the thing area. Just trying to take a look. Oh, but that's outside. I need to keep my wits about me a little bit. Maybe I can find some coal and light some areas up. And that is a big hole down there. Wow. Just trying to see if there's anything I can do. Where'd this go to? Oh. Okay. I take it I'm not seeing anything, so... Perhaps not. It might be too high up, too, because sometimes... there's a lot of cave systems that go out into these areas, but sometimes they aren't always fruitful enough to be an area with a geode. Geodes are like, you know, common, but they're not, you know, not super common, but they're common enough. Sometimes I should just be able to spot one. You just go to the right spot. Seems to not be the case this time. I do need to figure out if it's a plane or not. So, and I'm kind of just determined to do that. I'm kind of annoyed that I cannot. And that is why I'm being so stubborn about this. Nope. Hey, come on. Eating food underwater. Why? No one really knows. Oh gosh. Okay. Alright, well, the reality is we will have to fight the Ender Dragon again. So, even if I just magically were to turn around and then there was an amethyst somewhere nearby, I would still need to fight it again at some point to get the end again, which is also another advancement that isn't necessarily around, unless it's down here. No. I'm so angry. Like, I don't feel like it's enough to, like, swallow my pride and go back. But it might be. It might be. Especially because it's daytime now. Maybe I'm not going back, but I am gonna go look down some holes and see if there is any possibility that I can see one from where I am. You see, plenty of copper, just missing the just missing the amethyst. Hello, horse. I'm not gonna go far, I'm just gonna go look around. It's a skeleton. Really close by, actually. Where is it? Ah, there you are. Ah. So you were outside this entire time, I can see. I think that was also a way down. But let us see here. Still a llama around here. I do need to tame llamas so I can at least get some other things around, but I actually don't need to worry about things being, like, transported in a certain way after this, do I? It's kind of a point. I need a space that I can, like, see down clearly. But luckily the sun came up, so we still just have some big time here. No. The longer I'm here, the more I'm starting to think that going back would be more appealing to me. But then again, like I said, I do have to do it again, but what if I forget it the second time, you know? I have to do it a third time, and there's no use in doing it a third time. Well, there is actually a use in doing it a third time, because if I do it a third time, then the more I do it, the more end gateways I get, and then the more end gateways I get, the more I can go ahead and do other things with my with at least within the end. More things we will have to do within the end. this is a lighting glitch, isn't it? Looks like it. Okay, guys, I think I'm gonna have to just swallow my pride and go back. To think that I can just do this. I'm sure there's plenty of amethyst geodes down here. I just need one where I know where it is, because otherwise they are quite tedious to find, and you can't really find them in the oceans anymore. Because that used to be a thing like before the cave generation itself came in. That's not the case anymore. I used to say it is really warm in my room now. Ugh. Annoying. But you know, we also came all this way, and I think that in future, I'll just mark the signs down as saying, we need to do this. Not until at least I look around this way and see if there's another one that I can potentially do. So, I do not think it is worth it. Unless... Can I get back up is the question, though. It does not look like I can. I would really need to get back up. I mean, I could put a water bucket down. Potentially... Let's see if that is an option. Am I really doing this? I think I am. I also need this as well. People. Sometimes you have to swallow your pride a little bit. Sometimes you have to. But I'm not doing that, am I? Where is the shortest tree I can find here? You. Okay. Actually, I don't even need to do that up here. I could go back down there and explore that cave again, but... I might do that. See my horse's head over there. Really trying to find that one amethyst shard. I have no guarantee that it is there. I just cannot let myself go all the way back. I feel like I probably would have been able to, as much time as I spent exploring, have gone back and come back and been fine, but this is kind of far, and it's treacherous, and I don't feel like trudging through the area that I would be in to do this. That's why. That is why. Oh wait, actually the cave I wanted to go down was up here. Like, I don't really have a consistent way to go back to come back here from my spawn. And that's just kind of the thing that annoys me. Like, I know the direction, it's just that I can't go and then come back in like a reasonable pace, and that just kind of bugs me. I'm gonna just put this not there, probably there. Okay. Perhaps. Zombies are okay. Zombies are annoying, but they're a lot less bad unless they're children or in giant hordes. And, like, a zombie can turn into a giant horde, but it's a lot less likely, at least in this case. Okay. I thought what was ready. I'm so angry. I should have had the third sign that said, things you need for advancements, because you need to worry about that in this playthrough. I think I am actually going to get rid of these for now, or at least get them out of the way. Oh my. Okay. Going down to the lava level. He's not a pick, that is a sword. Usually you'll just kind of wander upon one eventually, but does not look. I'm not seeing one down here, so I'm gonna move back up. Ugh. Alright, I think I'm going to just, while I am trying to struggle to do this, just run a poll and see if we should just go back to do this or not. Let me see here. I'm just gonna go spy class. You're gonna have keep searching. Let me not actually. And okay, hang on, back to spawn. Or I'm just doing it without. Okay. Wait, no, not 1 minute. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to do it for 1 minute. Hang on, and the poll, and the poll, and the poll. No, do it again. Hang on. If you put in that poll, get ready to vote in the next one. Oopsie. Keep searching. Back to spawn. Fight. Dragon. Without. Alright. I'll get that 5 minutes. And then keep searching back to spawn and fight. Alright, go back to spawn means that we will go back and grab it and then come back to see what we can do about it. But in the meantime, I'm gonna just give like one, last few searches just to see, just to absolutely make sure that we are not here. Oh gosh, that's far. That is far. Alright, if keep searching wins, then I probably will keep searching for just like a few, probably until like 5-ish, and then in which case, until like, for like a couple more minutes, and then if we don't find it, if we don't find one, then we will just go back to spawn and try again. Okay. Let's follow this down and see if it's maybe pops up down here too. Really, I'm not finding any. Alright. No, I think that's a... well, actually, probably not. But it'd be interesting if that was a... what's it called? I do need to be careful here because these tend to not be good. And I don't have water again. I dropped it off because I thought I was going down into a pit that I didn't go down. Ooh. Alright, well, we've been down there. We know that that's not the case. That isn't where we need to go. Okay. Alright, well, this is my water bucket now. Okay, well, we can try down this way. There's a zombie. Ouch. Oh. You. Please stop. Aha! Ha 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 ha! Ha! Ah! Ha! Ah! Ah! We did it! White dragon without. Oh, well, too bad. Too late. We found one. And it was completely blocked off, too. That's exactly how it goes, doesn't it? I knew it. And you guys doubted me. I have room. What can I get rid of? Possible. Alright, well. Now we don't have to fight the dragon without it. We can go do it. Alright, alrighty. Lucky and determined. I'm just stubborn. Like, that's just kind of it. I'm kind of stubborn like that. And when I'm really stubborn, I will eventually get lucky at these kinds of things. Alright, let's head on back here. Oh wait, I went the wrong way. I went the wrong way. Alrighty. Alright, so finally, after 4.5 hours of prep, of forgetting things, of which I inevitably would have. Let's do this. Gonna go punch this dragon in her face. Alrighty. Alright. Oh. Oops. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? Think, 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 think. Think, fong, think. Just, you know, get some more wood. I also need to make another bucket. I do need to make another bucket. Bucket made. I'm gonna just punch some more wood here. And just do that. Alright, I'm gonna put some more stuff in this chest, like, cause this is kind of a junk chest too. But actually I do need this. I need those. Just in case on the other side of this is not something that I would prefer it to be. And we did that. Why do I have gunpowder again? Oh yeah, because I was fighting so many creepers, that's right. Gunpowder and things. Actually, I should probably be carrying gunpowder on me, considering what we might do after this. Okay, let's go. Baby. Actually, I might need this. I might need that. I'm gonna bring that with me. You know, sources come with me. Name tag stays here. Get this stand out of here. And bring the tough with me. And put the extra bucket in here, but I also want to get some water. In fact, if I do this, infinite water source, let's go. Okay. Alright, guys. Are we ready? Are we ready? I'm not. But we're gonna be anyway. Alright, so have the blocks. I'm gonna put blocks on my hotbar right now. In fact, let me at least... There we go. Alrighty, guys. That's the last time that I'm gonna be at Elytra or anything like that. Well, probably not. We'll see how long I want to keep going after this, but I have been streaming for 5 hours. Oh my gosh. Whew. I did not mean to turn this into an endurance stream, but it became one really quickly. Alright, I think I'm going to keep bread in the offhand. Off of the, not in the offhand, but in the inventory. Ender Pearl maybe. Spyglass will be used relatively soon in there. Torches I don't think I'm going to need right away, and let's just pray and hope that we spawn inside the island instead of outside of it. Did I touch the bed? Okay. Oh, it's nighttime. Oh no, it's not. Okay. Alright, I'm also going to put the clock in here. I don't need to carry the clock in there. I don't need to risk losing that. Alright. Whew! Alright, I'm kind of nervous about this actually, because I don't do this, I haven't done this solo yet at all. Actually, this is my first time for everything. But the weather will also be the first time I do that too, so it's the first time, no time like the present. Let's go. Oh, I hate when this happens. I won't die. Yeah, there we go. Okay, wonderful. Okay. I hate where I am actually. Okay. The good thing is that I'm under the island still, because, like, I will hear her, but she won't be able to get to me. At least not, like, that easily. Let me just hold myself in here. And, okay, cool. Cool. All advancement rails is a little weird, but it's okay. you didn't need to use that much. I'm pretty secure in here right now. I'm not prone to void, but she hears me and she wants to attack me. Oh, hello. Nope. This way. Oh. Oh, there she is. Alright. She is very angry. She is super angry. I have a feeling that... Yep. Oh, gosh. Okay. First things first. Slam this down, please. Just in case she rams into me, because she will. Oh, and we got it! You need a mint! Aha! Dragon's breath. Oh gosh. Hello. Hi. I somehow got in. Okay. Is it still chasing after me? Probably, yes. Oh! This is how I die. That's gonna be something. Oh my god. It probably is, actually. Ah! Andy man, please, stop. Nope, that's it. That's it, actually. Yep. Alright, nothing will fall off the edge, at least. Yeah. It's alright. It happens. Alright, I feel pretty confident in the fact that I can just get back in there and not have to worry about anything. I am gonna wear the pumpkin on my head, though. Just in case, you know? Sometimes... I love how I talked out about, like, me being so good at, like... You know, being so good at, like... fighting the Ender... Not looking at Endermen, but yet here I am. My first death is that I looked at Enderman. But yeah, there's my stuff. I just need to get it. Just need to be careful enough to get it. Let this dissipate. Hopefully she doesn't. No, she's gonna... I don't have anything on me. Ugh. Really? Really now? Okay. It's really not a great start to this. But it's okay. Now we can get into the middle, though. Okay. Where's my bow? It was up here. Why is it there? It should not be there. While I'm here. Is it a plane? There we go. Okay. Well, she's gonna come down here. Actually, she's gonna try to ram me, and I need to break this so that she doesn't hurt me. Yeah, like that. So, like, for example, I can try to hit her now. I can try to hit her now, but she's not gonna really do anything. Like, it's not gonna really matter in the long run, because she's just gonna heal from the thing. But, you know, you can see that she's actually still doing a lot of... You know, she's still actually able to do a lot of... I'm able to still do a lot of damage to her, even though I don't have what I have. Come on. There we go. Go. Seems like a really apt time to do it, but just a reminder that this is a charity stream where we are actually, the Tiltify is for Color of Change, but we will be hello, also benefiting for Rainbow Railroad as well, so it is a double charity stream. So if you are interested in donating to the cause, we have a matching goal of 150 for both charities. So if you, for whatever reason, she's really firing them at me, goodness gracious. If you, for whatever reason, feel compelled to donate, then you will be, supporting both charities. Oh wow, she hit herself, lol. That's funny. Come on. Oh. I might need to start pillaring up to places. Especially if she's going to do that to me. Endermen are quite something, honestly. You know what? Let's get more dragon breath while we're here. You know, sometimes it's just good to get dragon's breath. Is she coming down the perch? No, she's not. Okay. Just kind of keep focus here. Okay, she's coming down the perch. Hey. Oh gosh. Ooh. I hit myself? Alright. And that is why, my friends, you have slow falling when it comes to this. Okay, I think I'm gonna start pillaring that. She's gonna charge me if I'm not careful, so I do need to be careful. I need to hunker pillar here. Make sure she doesn't. But yeah, once she's down here, she's actually impervious to... She's actually impervious to hits from projectiles. And she's very, 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 very loud. Do need to keep an eye on my health, but also... Actually, I do want to do that. Just in case. Just in the off chance. She's probably going to come here next, or at least fire something at me. Let me get that together, though. Oh! Okay. Now this is where my feet are, so I do need to be careful here. But if I do this, I won't get hurt. Okay, cool. Yes! Perfect. Wonderful. Alright, can I get this one too? Be epic if I could. Nope. Okay, nice. Alright, so now we're just out to the ones in the cages, and those are relatively easy. I could try to MLG water bucket here, but I do not want to. Right, she's coming for me. Alright, and so she just destroyed the blocks under me, so I do need to be careful here. Hey! Feather falling. Alright, just in case she tries that again. Alright. Perfect. Perfect, 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 perfect. Alright. Of course I don't have epic music. At one time I really would prefer having it. But it's okay. This terrain is something too. Oh, yes, I got it. Alright. I love when I get those. So, just to prove that I did get it. Alright, and then once this is out... I'm still... Oh gosh. No, 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 no. Just gotta chill here. We're almost there. Alright, come on, let me eat, let me eat, let me eat, let me eat, please. Okay, and then after this, pretty much just... I said, it's pretty much just... trying to get her to... Why was I hitting her so easily before? I don't get it. Oh gosh. I just put that torch I didn't mean to. She's so loud! Okay. Alright. So the only one she's healing from is this one. And if I can get it without pillaring up, that'd be ideal because that one's floating over the void. Come on, thread the needle. Yes! Alrighty. They're all down. I feel like I have pretty good aim in Minecraft. I don't know why. Okay. She coming down for perch. I'm gonna just try to see if I can fire at her with arrows. She's way up there. Is she coming down to perch? Looks like it. Alrighty. Alright, let's dance. Oh gosh. Oh, okay. Alright. That's fine. I didn't expect that to happen, actually. Is there an Enderman mad at me? Yes. Yes. It's you. Somehow. Ay. Ah! Annoying. Alright. Fine. Doable. I think she's gonna heal up some during that, though. I am gonna just kit back up, though, for the purposes of that. For that specific purpose. And I have more slow falling, another infinity, another 2 arrows. I think everything else should be fine, yeah. I don't have a helmet, though, and I don't have an extra shield. Forgot I even had a shield on me, didn't I? Okay, stake. Slow falling. Oh, that's so annoying too, because that's like the end of the fight. Bucket. Okay. Well, assuming it didn't flow down into the void, I should still have my stuff. But, in the meantime, am I missing anything else here? I don't think so. Arrows, though. Just bring this with me, just in case. No, I guess not. Alright, let's go. Alright, she's halfway done. It is definitely a better fight when you don't have to worry about... Oh gosh. She's probably going to run into me again. I just need to be aware of that. Really? Really now. Just annoying just having to deal with them. They're annoying. Not during this. Okay, good. Ugh. Ah! She keeps hitting me! Stop! Okay. Where is she? She's up there. You know what? How? Oh my gosh! I can't do anything about that. At least I can't do much, you know? That's it. That's all I can do with it. Oh my gosh, why? Why? Okay, so maybe I shouldn't stand around the... Yep, I knew it. Again. You are now looking at me, and I would like for that to not be the case, please. Oh, this is funny, actually. Dealing with Enderman during this fight is definitely not something I would like to do, but I have a pumpkin on me. I'm probably gonna make a pumpkin. Ugh. Alright. 43 seconds in the 43 seconds in slow falling. She gonna perch. It's not good for content. Alright, cool. At least I don't have to worry like this. I'll take it off when she perches because I also don't want her to, what's it called, hit me with the bowl. I think it's also that this specific arena island is not flat. It's not flat. Like there's like at least 3 layers here. And I'm just waiting for her to perch. Looks like she is. Alright. But actually she might try to fire, so I do want to make sure that she's okay. Okay. Is the Shaman's 5 sword? Yes it is. Swap, swap. Ah! So annoying! Take some pot shots at her. If possible. Trying my best to not stay near the portal, but also trying not to fall off. Okay. Coming in for perch. Alright, come on. Alright, come on. Let's go! Let's go! Ah. Through the end. We did it. Okay, and then there is our portal to the outer end, which we will probably not do yet. Thank you, Yuki, for the bits. You guys were here. You were here. You saw it. You saw it happen. Oh my goodness. Alright, well, I am also going to make sure I'm pointing my eyesight down here and get my protection stuff back on. I wasn't wearing a helmet the entire time, was I? Okay. Alrighty. Ooh. I do kind of want to go to the outer end, but I don't feel like I should do it right away, especially after everything that's happened. But we got like 3 advancements there actually, and we also have a new tab, which is the end. So what we do? So the end. We're done with the main advancements chain here, so we've done beginning to end with everything. But now we have a couple of other things. The next generation. We do have that. But we can handle that in a moment. Remote getaway. Because I've been streaming for like 5 hours, I am going to save that for next stream. I was trying not to do that, but then, you know, everything else happened. I was prepping for 2 hours, looking for you know, getting here for a third, you know, looking for an amethyst shard so I could get the 1 extra advancement, the 1 adventure advancement, which is at a plane third for a 4th hour, and finally at hour 5 we have defeated the Ender Dragon. So I do appreciate you guys being here so much. Again, the end again is also something that we need to respawn, need to do, and that will actually help us also with getting more locations. And so we have remote getaway, the city at the end of the game, more that are going to come after the city at the end of the game as well. There's a couple of things called shulker boxes that will do things, and we also have Sky's the Limit. Sky's the Limit is where we get our elytra, and that's going to be a really good time. Honestly, I think that's going to be really awesome. Again, I don't really want to, you know, because we've been live for 5 hours, I was not expecting to be, I was expecting to do this, go to the end, do, you know, then go to the outer end right after, but I think I'm going to hold off on doing that. But we have one last thing here that we can do, and that is flush the egg. Oh well. All right, let's dig down a little bit here. And we have our torches on us, we do. And then we will go in here, break this block, and it will be a gravity effective block. The next generation. Okay, I'm going to do this very, very carefully and quickly, but and then just turn off my HUD, and then screenshots, and then we are at least safe. And I don't want to look at any Endermen, so I'm going to be really, really careful with that. I'm just going to be in a hole, and that's going to be the screen for this, guys. I thank you so much for not only being here, but, you know, seeing it through to the end, and for the support on the series also, but also for getting to the goal that we, you know, getting to the goal. So we, you know, we've raised $100 for Color of Change. Please tell me I didn't just like completely, you know, yeah, it's, wow, it's literally, what am I doing? It's in my OBS. And, you know, getting all of this, so that we can, you know, do this for charity as well. Again, you know, this will be still going until the end of the month. There'll still be a good amount of Minecraft streams, since that seems to be going to be most of what I can stream for a while, in terms of weekday stuff. This is going to be my only stream for this week, because I'm going to be away this weekend. Next weekend I may be able to do a little bit more. I don't know how much we're going to be able to, you know, continue to do things. We are, let me see here, but yeah, we're you know, we're gonna keep this campaign going until the end of the month. If it goes past $150, then I will see what I can do to in terms of matching that to Rainbow Railroad. But yeah, so this is a really great milestone. I'm glad you guys were able to, that, you know, that you guys were able to contribute to it, and that I was also able to um, run it for you guys, and also, you know, entertain you guys with all of this. And yeah, I think at this point, I don't think we're going to be I don't think we're gonna continue the epic poem here, but it is kind of a big poem here. But we're gonna escape and then go back to the stronghold here. Once again, thank you guys for being here. I really do appreciate it. And we can we raid somebody? Is somebody live right now at 5 p.m.? Probably. Jazzy. I can raid Jazzy because I have never actually raided Jazzy. I think that's going to be something that's really cool, because I actually never catch her when she's live. No, yeah, because, you know, I'm usually on my way home at this point, or at least, you know, getting something else to do. So yeah, so we'll raid Jazzy Cat XOX. She's a really cool you know, she also is an overseas idol as well, and I think that that's really neat. What did I just do? Goodness gracious. And yeah, so we'll see what she's doing. So she's playing Star Trek Online. I believe that's like her main game. That's the one that she streams the most of. And so, you know, there's definitely, so, you know, there's that. Hopefully you guys enjoy that, but let's at least, you know, go by, say hi. And yeah, I think that's all I really have to say. So, that is to say, I am going to go back to spawn. I'm going to go back to spawn. We'll come back to the stronghold so that we can, you know, do things with, you know, we're going to drop things off at spawn and then we'll be back. For example, I didn't eat the enchanted golden apple, so it might be the wither fight that might happen. In fact, I'm almost guaranteed that it's going to be the wither fight that happens. Either way, again, appreciate you guys being here. I will see you guys next week. Probably for this, probably Tuesday/Wednesday, and then Sunday, I believe we are going to be able to continue Ocarina of Time, so that is definitely going to be something that we're going to be able to do. In the meantime, let me set the raid off, and let me get to end screen. End screen. Finally. Ooh. Again, really appreciate you guys being here all the time. And yes, let me get this over. And see here. Okay, thank you guys again so much. I can't believe we're already in the end. It's crazy. It feels like it's been so long because, like, it's been actually like 6 months since the update, since 1.18 came out, in which when we started the world, but now it's 1.19. It's been like, you know, 6-ish months. But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna stop rambling. And thank you guys for being here. And let's drop a raid on Jazzy. And I will see you guys next time. And have a good one.